bro.
He came in respect. He didn't say, even after you just lunged at him, he didn't say nothing disrespectful to you.
Nigga, that's what I want to do.
If you don't want me on the pod, I'll leave.
Well, you ain't even ready. The motherfucking anger and vengeance that come with this shit, little boy, you ain't ready. Everything ain't pied, homie.
How is this justified? This is so
Again,
not that serious, bro.
Look me in my motherfucking eyes like I'm some type of bitch.
He wanted to show you that he's a man.
Show you respect.
Okay, then show me you a man. You fucking that shit. Get out like a man.
I'm not here to fight.
Not here to fight. They don't know me, nigga.
I got you. I'm not here to fight you, though, Wack. That's not my intention here. I've never...
The nigga act like it. Take care of that tough shit.
I
don't be up here playing tough shit, and you fucking know it.
This is the definition of tough shit.
No, this is the definition of a nigga want to see what it is.
I get it. But I'm just letting you know my intention was not to disrespect you or try to belittle you or act like you a hoe or something. I'm not going to do that.
And you real lucky I dismissed my team. You real lucky. God is working for you, boy. On some real shit. Don't never disrespect no man you don't know that's constantly telling you, I don't know you, bro. You know what that means? You don't know him. You don't know how far he's willing to go.
I get that.
This shit ain't worth it, homie. Fucking with niggas' lives, mine and yours.
I get that.
You fucking with my life too, nigga. I got kids, a wife, businesses. And you come up here playing, nigga, putting mine on the line.
How's he playing with you? What did he put on the line?
Let me interject a little bit. And I'm not trying to be Wack's defense lawyer or anything like that. All I'm saying is from what I'm seeing with my own two eyes, this man don't know that man. You came in the game, and I get it, because we podding and it's content, but you don't know him. And you said some things about him that he didn't like. And he said from the rip, I'm not messing with that. So we still going on the premise that y'all don't know each other. Then when you did come in here, I don't know if it was like WWE or whatever it is, you staring at the nigga across the table. Once again, he don't know you. So where he come from, if you didn't already said some shit about the nigga, then you sit down across from him like, yeah. And so he sat there, because I watch everything. The nigga sat there quiet, try to just assess the situation. If you just would have just came like, hey, man, I know I said some shit, I ain't mean it like that, this ain't that, he probably would have had a different reaction.
And maybe that's my fault then. Because I thought we would have the understanding that I'm team no jumper, so I'm not going to be getting at people within no jumper in that way.
Attacking a nigga on no jumper.
No, I have criticisms of Dobo, I have criticism of Adam, I have criticism of everybody.
Attacks is attacks.
I felt like I wasn't attacking you till we started having our back and forth. Then I might have thrown some jokes.
Ain't no back and forth, bro. I ain't had no back and forth with you.
Or I guess I went too far with the joke.
And then when somebody said something,
your name, none of that.
When somebody said something to you about it on the pod, and they was just like, well, what if I see you? He was like, oh, what is that 5'4" midget gonna do to me?
Yeah.
So then it's like you trying him, and then when you got here, the energy just should have been a little.
Yeah, the energy there was a little.
Because you sat across from a nigga, and you.
I get that.
And you a big dude, so you're not a little. No Mexican mad dog me without me.
I wasn't trying to mad dog you. That wasn't a mad dog.
That
wasn't. I wasn't trying to do that.
Shit up north, homie.
I got you.
Okay, stupid. Oh my god.
We go to hole behind that kind of shit. And I don't think your mama and daddy appreciate you putting them in this situation, because you would get hurt.
I got you. I didn't know that it was going to be that big of a deal. I thought we was on some content shit and we was rocking out. That's how it was. And I'm not going to try somebody and play them out of what they are on No Jumper if they're part of No Jumper. But I have criticisms, and that's what I was voicing.
And I think Moose is a very, very talented podcaster. He's a good dude, and I would appreciate if you would be willing.
What did I tell you how to
mend this?
As a man, did I not fucking say, bro, dude, you said I was going to holler at him. You never told me you hollered at him.
I hollered at him.
Did you get back to me?
I told him about how I feel like he should approach you when we do have a conversation. Okay, I probably should have advanced that further.
I did everything I was supposed to do. This building 4 miles from my neighborhood, homie. I'm not from South Central. I'm from Coima.
Yeah.
But I respect his fucking building.
Thank you.
My homies get into it with Mexicans before Crips, homie.
I get that.
Mexicans.
I get that.
We don't give a fuck if you Sureño, whatever. My last little homies, 50 years, 80 years behind Mexicans.
I get that.
And you think you gonna walk in here, bro, high fuck me, talk shit, look at me crazy? Bro,
took everything in me.
Did you? I fucking.
I was not trying to do that. I literally was looking at you on some like Whack is staying silent. He's about to go off. I'm gonna give him my undivided attention so you can voice your concerns and all that type of shit. That's why I'm looking. I'm not looking at you like
if he was
I'm
looking
tough.
at the
I want to fight Whack.
him.
Like I'm not doing that. Like
Well, I wouldn't have said nothing to him. But when you want to lock eyes like, nigga, I'm here, what? And then jump up and say you calling the police, I can't respect that, homie.
He just said they were on speed dial. Not that he actually called them.
Just know this. Take this, youngster. The police get there after it happens.
for sure.
Where I come from, we make irrational decisions to make it happen.
And I don't want that to happen to you, Whack. I don't want to cause any, problems in your life. I thought we was spotting. It went too far. If you felt like I disrespected you, I apologize as a man. But I didn't pull up here like, oh, I'm gonna act tough and like I'm finna fight Whack. That was not my intention. It was on some WWE shit, like he said. They wanted me to wear a fucking Nacho Libre mask.
I told him that.
WWE, both parties are participants.
I get that, but I thought he hollered just like he hollered at me. I thought they was hollering.
Shit. He called me this morning and asked. I said, bro, I'm good with you. I'm not fucking with that. Because I know me, and I don't want to disrespect bro, homie.
You felt like I was switching up just because I was like,
called me.
I was like, hey, man, why can't fuck with it? Even then you got the news like, man, don't switch it up.
Yeah, I ain't switching up on you. You on what y'all talking about. I don't know what dude on. I don't know what he on. But I don't know.
Well, thank you for not tearing up the office, because I was not for the stuff that y'all niggas are too big, so thank you that it didn't go too far.
Yeah.
Praise God.
We gotta be able to communicate without...
Yeah, I mean, he communicated.
Motherfucker, I communicated. Did I not?
With violence, yes.
No, I communicated with you days ago and told you how I felt, why I felt that way. And told you to holler at dude. This shit gonna go somewhere it don't need to go.
Right.
You never said nothing back to me.
And I feel like...
I look up, he popping it some more. After that. I don't know you, homie. My son, 31, how old are you?
31, I just turned 31.
I could have wiped your ass, homie.
Literally?
Do you play with your daddy like that?
No, I
I'm
don't.
old enough to be your daddy.
Yeah.
I'm 49 years old. The fucking, that's your daddy. I'm not your daddy. I'm a different race. Is this shit adding up?
No, I get it. I didn't have that perspective when I was going at you, Whack. It was on some content shit. You know what I'm saying? I see you sparring with people verbally online all the time. I'm like, let's get it cracking on the pod and shit.
You don't
have a
know
little beef.
who I deal with.
I mean, I just
talk that hefe shit. Nigga, you not a nigga. If I showed you me and that hefe's text messages, you would feel like a damn fool.
Yeah, but I'm
because
just
you don't know.
No, I get that. But also, like, the color of someone's skin has no,
It does.
I know.
Down here.
For me, it doesn't.
Down here.
I get that.
It does. Essays that tell you, bro, we don't do that.
But like I seen you talk about like lefty gunplay and a bunch of different Mexicans and Latinos, you know what I'm saying, over the years.
I didn't know who the nigga was.
I know, but
my partner set me up. He'll tell you that.
I get that.
I know who lefty gunplay was when you asked me. I didn't know.
I brought him
but
up.
it's just a topic, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like we speak on topics and
guess what me and Lefty know? That if we bump, it's a good chance it's gonna happen. And he ain't talking about calling the police, and I ain't talking about calling the police.
Y'all can't
so
do that.
if you ain't willing to go there with a man, don't pop that shit. You pop another shit. I told Adam, like, bro, I'm confused. Did I not? I'm like, bro, I don't know the nigga. I don't know what he own.
and that's where I feel like they could have weighed in and been like, Moose is probably not trying to beat you up or threaten you, Whack, in that type of way.
See, that's my, and I get
I'm not
that,
saying that you are. I'm saying they would say that I have good intentions. I'm not some
This man called me
weirdo.
He told me on the phone with Munchie B.
Munchie B wouldn't get on the
He
phone.
trying to me and everybody.
I want everybody to be cool.
Yeah,
I want us to all
worked on ours before my GB. I think that's
probably easier than what you do.
It was all around the same time. We chopped it up for a long time.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, because he ain't stupid. He been around elements. I know what he thinking. They both bloods, Whack
Very
OG.
interesting.
Hey, they don't really know each other. Wack might holler at it. And guess what?
Wack was ready. I called him.
I stayed on the phone.
He stayed on the phone. Munchie would not get on the phone.
Munchie B, bro.
Okay, this guy Paper Chaser donated said, Wack, you always telling people to pull up on you at no jumper. They know where you at. Moose Man's the first one to pull up to have a conversation like a man, and now you in your feelings.
No, because if he felt like I was mad dogging him all that, then he felt like I wasn't here for a conversation.
Let me teach you something. If you don't learn what you just did wasn't the right thing to do, then you're gonna do it again in an environment that ain't nobody gonna be there to stop nothing.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Oh boy. Blood. Blood.
Oh, that hurt my head. Fuck.
Brandon, you ready yet? What is you doing? Bitch, I am ready. You said 3 o'clock. Okay, bitch, and it's 3:15. Like, what is it giving? Oh, my bad, I got a little carried away. And bitch, you wearing a dress? Yeah, why not? It's a day party. So am I under? What you have on is fine. Oh, let me turn around for you so you can see, like, the whole thing. Like, you look fine. I don't know how my ass look, though. It look good. You know, I've been trying to do my squats and stuff. I'm trying to get a fat ass. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you. You know you got a fat ass. Like, why are you lying? Thank you, friend, for hyping a bitch up. Like, you ain't gotta hype me up like that. Bitch, you got all the ass in the world. Can't nobody else have no ass because you got it all. Where y'all brush at? In the bathroom. Okay, I'm also gonna fix my hair. Hurry up, bitch, so we can go. Oh, period. Because you know I got a light bill due, honey. And it's giving one of these niggas about to pay my bill. My telephone bill. Can you get your ass off my counter? Brandon, you ready yet? What is you doing?
Round 1. Fight. Check it.
Dude, worth watching.
I'm getting a call.
Who is it?
Who was that?
This is 100. You're live.
There we go. Get on his ass.
I'm just tripping on you, though, Love, because on one page, when you on the phone with somebody, you say one thing, not watching you sitting here and say,
I can't
oh, yeah, that's all right. Even you knew I didn't want to fuck with dude. Dude been disrespectful. Adam act like he didn't know, but now he's saying I didn't see all this. He whooped my ass, all this.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I don't think Adam did see that.
Yeah, that sounds fake. That sounds fake.
Now you not.
But no. He saw it since then.
Yes.
Now what I'm saying is, you up there acting like, oh, Wack just tripped out. If Wack, I've never said I don't want to sit down with nobody that you.
No, you ain't. That's why I was surprised that this was even a thing. I never heard you say that.
Guess what? Adam chose to play a game. That I told him as a man, hey, bro, I'm not cool with dude. I don't want to sit down with dude. No boy's cool. That's what you want to do, cool. I'm telling you, this is me. Because if I'd have told Adam, yeah, bring him in, and took off on him, then I'm wrong. Right?
No, for sure.
Right?
You ain't talking about not bringing shit to the building, any problems? Yeah.
But if I tell Adam, I can't do that, I don't want to fuck with dude, it's a problem, I'm still wrong?
No. You're not wrong. Adam wrong.
So why you up here like, but look, you be two-faced, bro.
Yeah.
I'm watching you, you like, yeah, well, you know, I didn't break shit, but I played something.
I literally did not mention anything about you breaking. Now you scared, bro. No, now you scared. Now you scared. No, he broke anything. I've been saying all the time that Adam trying to know the fuck he broke.
Nobody told me that they nothing broke, and I ain't picked up nothing broke nothing. Nigga, I wasn't even
Pyro.
You were knocking over.
Man,
on Pyro.
in there, bro. So I'm thinking it like Adam saying he takes no responsibility in nothing. I didn't never tell him on April 15th, I don't want to fuck with dude.
The responsibility is on the person who is acting violent and
One mic.
over camera equipment, though.
One mic. Why you don't let him talk? One mic.
You said what you did was cool. You wasn't out of line for nothing.
I mean, bringing two podcasters together on a podcast, what's wrong with
Did
that?
I not tell you I didn't want to sit down with dude several times?
Yeah, but it's the same thing that you did to Spody Face, right?
What? No, definitely not.
It's exactly the same.
Definitely not. No, it's not.
What's the difference?
Because DC Baby Draco had never disrespected Spody Face.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
For sure he did.
No emotion.
So you justifying it.
No emotion.
I'm just saying you did the same thing I did. We both ran a play. You're just way more emotional about it.
Spody Face never told me he didn't want to sit down with DC Baby Draco.
I think it was implied when he was making all those videos about him.
Did I not text that to you on April 15th?
I don't know. I'd have to review my text.
It's on your text.
Either way, I learned from the best. I saw what you did to Spody Face with DC, and I figured that you would be down for some of the same antics. I don't know why it has to be so serious.
Because nigga almost got killed, nigga.
But he almost got killed because Wack can't handle himself and just do a podcast.
I've been a man with more responsibilities longer than you. If a man tells you, I don't want to do that, that's that man being responsible.
But that doesn't justify you lashing out in violence.
Oh my God.
You got a Mexican what he gonna do to me?
What?
One
You got a
game.
Mexican pocket lunch. Even you knew it. Didn't I tell you? Don't bring that dude around me, bro. I don't want to fuck with him. Did I not tell you that?
Yup.
I know, and I can acknowledge that, yeah, I brought him around you and you had said not to or whatever, but that doesn't justify you going on a Godzilla-style rant, knocking cameras over and trying to fight him.
You just like everybody else.
You should have just done a podcast.
Wait.
Oh my
Are you
God.
saying if a man tell you when he doesn't want to be around, you're saying you can make that decision, and when shit happens, you don't got no responsibility?
Well, I just think the responsibility falls on the person who is lashing out and acting violent. It doesn't really matter.
Oh my God. That's how they be for real.
Lie to that dude and tell him I was with him. That it was cool.
The only thing I told Moose was that I would make sure that you didn't hurt him.
What?
Before say anything?
Before or after?
I need some food.
Bro, so you telling me you didn't tell that dude that Wack was good with it? It was a play? I never knew shit.
I told Moose that I would make sure that you didn't hurt him. That's it.
But you couldn't make sure that. You ain't no...
But I did.
I'll stop me. Adam, you can't stop me. You said you can fight for yourself.
But I did stop you. But I did. I made sure you didn't do anything.
Adam, you cannot stop me, bro. I will beat you.
But I did.
Hey, look, I put 100,000 now that I will knock you out in 5 seconds.
I mean, obviously, I don't want to fight you. I'm just saying that I protected Moose because I am a protector.
Stop me, bro. Stop me. You ain't stopped shit. You put that kid in harm's way. Not even telling him to come up there. Stop me. You can't stop me.
Well, I got you to stop yourself then.
Like you,
nothing happened. He was safe.
We've definitely seen you get into it with different people, but it seems like this was the most mad. No, exactly. Well, this is the most mad that I've ever seen you before. You feel me? Like ever.
Listen, okay. So if a man
think about that.
tells you prior to, hey, I'm not up to this.
Yeah, no, I mean, like
it's the same thing you did to Spody Face. It's content.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is. It's not that serious. Whack, you would have a point. You would have a point if it was like somebody that was a threat or somebody that you had like real legitimate beef with. But it wasn't someone serious. It wasn't somebody that you need to worry about in a physical sense. And so as a result, you're overreacting and it's silly.
Hey, listen, Lush is not a threat to me. I know Lush. I don't know this.
But you already knew he was a non-affiliate. You already know that he's got no criminal record. He's not a violent guy. He's just a podcaster. Right, but he's not like that. He's not like that. He's never done nothing to nobody. So he's not on that.
Yo, Lush, what about you talk to a whole lot of talking, but ain't nobody there. So you saying, because you know him, and I'm telling you in the text, I don't know this dude. I don't wish to be around him. I don't want to be around him.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
I was just doing what you did to Spody Face.
No, it's not.
I learned from the best.
DC, hey, yo, Adam, you gonna fuck around and get yourself hurt, bro.
Yeah. Why you always got to turn everything to a violent thing? You can't threaten me, Whack. I don't give a... Don't threaten me with violence. I don't care. You're not gonna hurt me.
You play that game. Hey, bro, you see me as like a little kid, and I said, you know what? I blindsided. He told me he didn't want to do that. He told me. On April 15th, the dude texted me like a man and said, hey, bro, I'm not up to that. Because I know it's going to go somewhere.
I know, and I did a play for content because I think he's a good podcaster, and I wanted to get you guys on the same podcast. And it's exactly the same thing that you glorified when you did it to Spody Face, so you can't take the moral high ground here.
Check this out. You can't find one clip with DC Baby Draco had ever disrespect Spody Face prior to that.
I don't know, but I assume that it's out there.
You can't.
So what?
DC Draco had ever disrespect Spody Face, and I want Spody Face podcast anyway. The owner of the podcast knew the nigga was coming.
Baby Draco had a gun on him. Moose Man doesn't even get down like that. Moose Man's chilling. Moose Man's just a regular guy. You acting like Moose Man is some serious threat is hilarious.
But Whack actually stops some shit, though. Whack politics, he actually stops some shit. You don't let the power stop.
I'd rather listen to Whack than you.
Look, what about what I'm saying on here? I don't know this motherfucker.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
I guess at that point, I get...
About what he gonna do to me. This is a man.
He didn't say he was going to beat you up. I don't know where you got that from.
To be, yeah, no, he didn't like make a direct threat, but he, like, I can see why Whack is like, yo, why is this guy saying this?
Well, that's two faces of...
No, I mean, I said that to Moose earlier.
He did say he was ducking up and down.
Is that footage out there? I don't think so.
What did he say about what he gonna do to you? Like, because from what I saw, he made like a comment like, oh, like, that guy's not gonna do nothing, like that 5 foot, you know, whatever he said, you feel me? Like, that's what I recall.
Yeah, that midget.
Hold on. So, he was on a marathon. He was on all kinds. So,
you just think that because you just
all that, bro.
Yo, but Wag, you just think that because you just look at all these clips that Flacco sends you.
Listen, because y'all don't hear the shit. This is why I told Adam I don't want to be around him because I see what he's popping.
And I did a play, just like the ones that you always do, and it was a good time. but you flipped out a little too much. You should have just potted with him.
Like, that's all it is. But if it goes, hey, folks, so you telling me we can all try this shit again with me? What you saying?
I mean, by trying this shit with you, you mean bringing around somebody on a podcast who's not a threat, not on anything violent at all. It just really doesn't seem like a big deal, and it seems like you're just overreacting, and then you've got all these people that are, like, justifying it as if you have the, like, it's such a serious threat.
Yeah. I mean, nah.
No. It's Moose Man.
He's a gummy bear.
He's a Yuri mod.
Yeah,
He's
like,
chilling.
I mean, keeping in mind, this is the same guy that when you got into it, he was talking about the police and shit. Bro.
Exactly. So why did you feel the need to try to fight him when you could have just talked to him?
If you throw meat in there with a lion go eat the meat.
Right. No.
I'm not in the conversation with you. I don't know if you've been talking shit, disrespecting my name. Why would I put myself in a space where I go on a trip where niggas are threat to the police or whatever? I don't. That's why I don't go hang out in the projects.
Okay, but you're like comparing it to some street or whatever. He's just a regular guy. He's just a podcaster. There's no reason to be violent with him. Like I can't believe you're acting like you were in the right for trying to fight this random guy.
Here, we can watch the clip right here. It's 11 seconds long.
Man, you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all it is. But if it goes left, bro, are you willing to... We can squabble up, wax a short little fat motherfucker like this.
What?
Okay.
What?
You just say we can squabble.
And you put him in a room with the niggas saying they can fight? What the f is wrong with
I mean, he's short and fat.
And I don't even know this nigga.
So what?
you puppet
I
master.
don't listen.
He's a podcaster. He called you short and fat. Who the f cares?
You a puppet master.
But Adam, okay, so just to play devil's advocate, how do you feel like because like this is your partner that you do a show with, there's a cracking show, you want to keep the relationship cool? Does that make you not want to do that again because it makes him upset?
I mean, but the whole thing, I just feels like a double standard that like he does this to people, like, and he brings people together that are like street dudes. I brought him around a dude who's a regular guy that ain't on no violence.
You're a liar. I've never taken people to no jumper who ain't supposed to be there.
There's been a bunch of times where you showed up with people to do the podcast that you knew that I did not want to do the podcast with at the last second, and I just rolled with it because it's not that big a deal. When you brought the Greedo ops from Grape Street, Gooch and them, like, you knew that was awkward for me, and I just rolled with it and didn't make a big deal of it. Huh? Because I have a relationship with Greedo, and then you brought dudes on. You didn't tell me, and then all of a sudden we're sitting down with dudes who are just going to shit on Greedo the whole time. That's an example of you doing something that's way more serious than me bringing Moose around, and I didn't make a big deal about it, and you lashed out and tried to fight him like a psychopath.
Man, I should have just beat your ass when I was...
Exactly. All you can do is threaten violence because you can't communicate with your words. You should have had a conversation with Moose, and then I just 100% checkmated you. Whack, listen to me. I just checkmated you so bad, and your one response is, oh, I should have beat your ass. You're not going to beat my ass, and you can miss me with that.
Man, stop talking tough. You weren't talking tough when I was in there.
You're not going to hit me. You're not going to punch me. Stop even alluding to it because you know it's not going to happen. And you know that if you do, I got 911 on speed dial. Just like Moose Man. Dead homies.
Dead homies.
Over the last couple of years, brother.
Oh, you playing, boy. You gonna be your ass to be grass, nigga.
I'm trying to listen to him, Unk. What?
But the fact that you think you can do it how you want to do it is crazy.
I did the same thing that you do all the time, and you have absolutely no right to stand on any kind of fake-ass moral high ground here because the that I did to you was so much less serious than that I've seen you do a million times, and just because you're overreacting about it and acting as if it was super serious doesn't mean that it actually was super serious.
Listen, I respected you in that room, believe it or not. It could have went a whole lot.
Right, but the fact that you even thought about hitting him is so stupid and fried, bro.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I respected you in that room, and you know he...
No, you didn't. You didn't respect me. You jumped out of your seat and tried to fight him. That's disrespectful.
fight for yourself. You can't stop me. I'll stop me.
I did stop you.
No, you can't, Adam.
You were stopped.
If I wanted to.
I don't care. You're not going to whoop my ass. Stop saying it because you're full of...
I'm telling you, if I wanted to keep it going, you can't stop me if I was really wanted to, bro.
But I did stop you. The fact that you even attempted to hit him is the problem. I'm not going to congratulate you because you didn't follow through with whooping this random non-affiliate's ass, okay? You want to medal because you didn't fight him. I'm not going to do that. The fact that you tried to fight him in the first place is the problem. And the fact that so many people make apologies for you acting like a child is the problem.
You stopping me? Man, fuck you, white boy. You the child.
See, great point. Great bar right there. You sound like a preschooler.
Stopping me is you fight me back when I got off on... Adam, you couldn't have stopped me. I'll stop me, brother.
Well, you didn't do anything at the end of the day, but you tried, and that's annoying. Grow up. Learn to have a conversation instead of trying to fight Moose Man because you're scared. Because you know that if you have... Whack. You know that if you do an actual podcast with Moose Man and you just have a conversation, no insults, just logic and facts, that he's going to you up. And that's why you have to act like a kid and jump out of your chair and try to fight him.
Look, he did it, and everything he said made no... You didn't watch it?
I watched it.
Because you were babbling the whole time.
Then you say that shit?
No, here's the one thing that I'm like, so didn't you guys want him chopping it up for like a couple hours afterwards, and wasn't it cool by you?
I did that for Adam, but here go the thing, bro. I did that for Adam. I could have let him. I could have, when my homies showed up, I could have head nodded them and let them do what they did. I didn't. Adam, no. I respected his hand. Even he seemed to look on his face.
But again, this is you wanting a medal for not beating up a random podcaster who called you short and fat on a podcast.
Hey, Adam. I come in contact with more random non-affiliates than affiliates. In this world, people that shoot up movie theaters and churches are non-affiliates. Stop putting it on gang members like they the only...
Okay, maybe I should be more specific. The fact that he's not an affiliate is not what matters. The fact that he's just obviously not on that and not trying to fight you and not on some tough is the thing that actually matters.
Lush, was he not?
He said in that clip, I'm down to run his fade. That's like that. I mean, like, that's not like super popping it, but it's popping it. You feel me? Like, it's popping it.
So stop acting like now Ricky does that shit. I be all the way, Ricky let you know I'm not on that. I'm Ricky from Venice, bro. Dude was popping it, and Adam, he's a Mexican, bro. I'm sorry, out here, that's always there, bro. I'm a black man.
You're a racist. You don't beef with anyone from Sacramento. You don't beef with Sacramento Mexicans.
I mean, like, your hood beats with strictly essays, so, you know.
I don't play with him. I don't disrespect him. I give him a space. If I'm not in a good space, I'm not going to come sit in front of them because I know they may trip. I may trip. I know it's going to go. It's dumb for me to do that. If we good, we good.
So where are you at right now with Moose Man? Are you pretty much, is it a dead issue?
We're podding again next week.
Listen,
Don't do that again.
I don't wish to do, bro. I gave Adam what he wanted. I would hope he hears me. I don't want to with dude. I don't wish to with dude. Why? Because he admitted and he was playing the game the whole time to get my attention when he didn't have to, bro. All you had to do, don't play and play that game. Hey, Wack, I want to, okay, cool. I don't give a... All that he did, he admitted I was just trying to get your attention. Wasn't cool, bro. I don't respect that.
Maybe you should try to be a mentor to Moose Man.
What? Nah, I'm cool on...
아이고.
brought in a very competent doctor, Dr. Dimitri, to discuss this topic because he has a lot of experience in there. So, welcome, Dr. Dimitri.
Hello, Eric. Hello, Dr. Berg. How are you?
I appreciate you taking the time. I interviewed you before because you're actually my doctor, so I wanted to tap into your knowledge base. But you even mentioned this, and this is like mind-blowing. There's so many people that have autoimmune diseases nowadays. I mean, it's like it dwarfs some of these other conditions, which is crazy. But what I want to ask you is, out of all of the autoimmune conditions that people are getting, what is at the top of the list, the number one condition?
Okay. Let me give a picture. Can I show a picture of some stats that could help? Autoimmune disease is the number one cause of chronic disease. And now I'm going to refer a few statistics about U.S. population. So while in U.S. there are 9 million people suffering from cancer and 22 from cardiovascular disease, there are 50 million, probably more, people suffering from a type of autoimmune diseases. Autoimmune diseases are conditions where the immune system does not recognize its tissues or organs as selves, so it attacks them, considers them as being extraneous particles or tissues and attacks them. This creates a chronic inflammation and gradually leads to the destruction of the organ interested. Now, for all these diseases, the number one, the most common one, is Hashimoto disease, which is an autoimmune, thyroid autoimmune condition.
Yeah, this is interesting because, if you take a look at hypothyroidism, which, you just assume that the thyroid's not working that well, it's a thyroid problem, but isn't the majority of hypothyroidism Hashimoto's?
Yes, the great majority. It's the number one cause of hypothyroidism. It's Hashimoto's disease.
So, in reality, would you say that this Hashimoto's is not necessarily a thyroid disease, it's more of an immune? Did you realize that the great majority of hypothyroid cases, like 90% up to 95%, is Hashimoto's? That's interesting. Let's talk about first what Hashimoto's is, and then we'll talk about the why. You have the hypothalamus up here in the brain, that's the master gland, that then talks to the pituitary, which is like the middleman, and down to the thyroid. So we have this communication network. It's a feedback loop. So you have the pituitary that releases thyroid-stimulating hormone, okay? And that has two purposes. One is to tell the thyroid to release more hormone and to increase the growth of the thyroid itself. So what's happening is either there is a low T3 or T4 going on somewhere in the body that is failing to send back signals to the pituitary and hypothalamus, causing these two to tell the thyroid to make more hormone, okay, and get bigger, or there's an immune problem which is creating inflammation, which is interfering in this feedback loop, coming from antibodies that are actually attacking the thyroid itself. So Hashimoto's is an autoimmune condition, which means that there are cells that are attacking the thyroid, and that keeps the thyroid inflamed. So Hashimoto's is more of an immune problem than a thyroid problem. And the best way to test for it is to get a test that's called thyroid peroxidase antibodies, TPO-AB, or TGA-B. So you can actually have these tested, and if it shows positive, then chances are you have a Hashimoto's problem. Now, the three symptoms for this are stress, anxiety, depression, but you can pretty much have any thyroid symptom. But what's weird is when you have Hashimoto's, you can also have symptoms of hyperthyroidism. And some people that have Hashimoto's, hypothyroidism, don't really present with those symptoms that you normally see in hypothyroidism. Maybe they're really, really thin, they don't have problems with their hair, but they may have these symptoms right here. Now, sometimes this condition takes a long time to develop. You may show positive for these, but not have any symptoms for 10, 15 years. So it takes a while to develop. But really, it's an immune problem. So the big question is, what is causing this, okay? What's behind this? Well, there's a couple interesting things. Number one, there's a high percentage of people with Hashimoto's that develop it 3 to 8 months postpartum. Okay? And there are 5 to 8 times more women that have this condition than men. So what does this tell us? This tells us that there's a problem with estrogen. Okay? Now, what is it about estrogen that's related to this? Estrogen is a very, very powerful antioxidant. This is one of the reasons why women live longer than men, because this acts as an antioxidant and they have less free radicals in their body. And many times, postpartum, which is after pregnancy, she's going to have lower amounts of estrogen, and that could create a weakness and set her up for getting this autoimmune condition. Another reason why you may develop an autoimmune condition, even to the thyroid, which involves gluten, because gluten tears up the colon lining and it allows for a leaky gut, allows for proteins to get into the immune system and create a reaction, and you could actually develop an autoimmune just from that. A couple other things that contribute to this problem: a zinc deficiency. Zinc is one of the most important trace minerals for the immune system to protect the person from all sorts of immune problems. If you're deficient in zinc, your risk of getting sick go way up. Your chances of having viruses come out of remission go up as well. Also, low vitamin D. Vitamin D is involved in the immune system. So if you're low in vitamin D, you're more at risk for Hashimoto's. So we have a combination of potentially low estrogen, which means low antioxidants, and low nutrients, and maybe something that triggered it here. But the last and most important piece of this puzzle is selenium. Selenium has a tendency to reduce these antibodies. It also is a very powerful antioxidant, and it helps the conversion from T4 to T3, the active form of thyroid hormone. So it can really benefit someone with Hashimoto's. And I would recommend taking right around 300 micrograms per day of selenium for sure. Now, you don't necessarily need iodine unless you're deficient. Okay, so get a test for that, because if you take too much iodine, that could aggravate things. This is not really an iodine deficiency problem. The other thing that's really, really antioxidant, and it helps the conversion from T4 to T3, the active form of thyroid hormone. So it can really benefit someone with Hashimoto's. And I would recommend taking right around 300 micrograms per day of selenium for sure. Now, you don't necessarily need iodine unless you're deficient. Okay, so get a test for that, because if you take too much iodine, that could aggravate things. This is not really an iodine and set her up for getting this autoimmune condition. Another reason why you may develop an autoimmune condition, even to the thyroid, which involves gluten, because gluten tears up the colon lining and it allows for a leaky gut, allows for proteins to get into the immune system and create a reaction, and you could actually develop an autoimmune just from that. A couple other things that contribute to this problem: a zinc deficiency. Zinc is one of the most important trace minerals for the immune system to protect the person from all sorts of immune problems. If you're deficient in zinc, your risk of getting sick go way up. Your chances of having viruses come out of remission go up as well. Also, low vitamin D. Vitamin D is involved in the immune system. So if you're low in vitamin D, you're more at risk for Hashimoto's. So we have a combination of potentially low estrogen, which means low antioxidants, and low nutrients, and maybe something that triggered it here. But the last and most important piece of this puzzle is selenium. Selenium has a tendency to reduce these antibodies. It also is a very powerful antioxidant, and it helps the conversion from T4 to T3, the active form of thyroid hormone. So it can really benefit someone with Hashimoto's. And I would recommend taking right around 300 micrograms per day of selenium for sure. Now, you don't necessarily need iodine unless you're... The good news, there's one really important nutrient involved with hypothyroidism that you need to know about. Now, this also relates to a hyperthyroidism too. So if you have any problems with your thyroid, this video is going to be very, very important. Now, the first thing to know is that 90% of all hypothyroid problems is an autoimmune disease called Hashimoto's. In most cases of hyperthyroidism, is also an autoimmune condition. What is an autoimmune condition? It's a situation where you have cells made by your own body. Okay, there are very specific types of antibodies against the body, little cells, that actually attack your thyroid. So you have these cells that are programmed to think that your thyroid is like a pathogen. So these antibodies attack your thyroid and prevent it from functioning. And they create a constant inflammatory condition as well. And 90% of all hypothyroid cases are autoimmune. Now let's talk about this one nutrient that's really important. I mean, you probably thought it would be iodine. It's not. Iodine is very, very important because without iodine you can't make thyroid hormones. But selenium is really important, and you're going to understand why in a minute, because most of the selenium in your body is mostly concentrated in your thyroid if you go by the weight of that tissue. And if you have a hypothyroid condition, chances are you're probably deficient in selenium. It's very, very common to have a deficiency. And when you get diagnosed with this autoimmune disease, okay, the three main antibodies that they find a problem with involves one that's called thyroid peroxidase. So these antibodies to thyroid peroxidase really inhibits your ability to make thyroid hormones, because one of the functions of thyroid peroxidase is the production, the synthesis of thyroid hormones. And so you can just imagine by blocking that, you're not going to make enough thyroid hormones, thus having a lowered amount of thyroid hormones. That's called hypothyroidism. And then there's another one, okay, that involves the receptor for thyroid stimulating hormone. That's that hormone from the pituitary that's sent down through the blood that connects to the thyroid and tells the thyroid to make thyroid hormones. And that receptor is called thyroglobulin receptor. So if you have antibodies against that receptor, you're not able to receive the message that tells the thyroid to make thyroid hormones. So you can imagine what kind of problems you're going to have if you have antibodies to these three parts. But the good news is that selenium can help significantly reduce these antibodies. And it's something natural that you can take, and it's in your food, but you can take it in small amounts to help you. Also, selenium improves the thyroid as a whole. Okay? So that's another benefit. Selenium also helps you convert T4 to T3. T3 is the active form. T4 is not. So T4 really doesn't do much in your body unless it's converted with the help of selenium. I mean, think about this. Let's say, for example, you don't have enough selenium and you're taking Synthroid, for example, which is T4, synthetic T4. And your problem is you can't convert it to the active form. You're not going to see much change. You might have normal T4 in your blood, but what about the T3? You really need to look at that to make sure that is insufficient amounts. And so the point is, like, where's the real problem? Is it in the conversion? Is it in the production? Selenium has also been known to decrease myxedema, which is a big problem for hypothyroid situations. It looks like that, but it's not fat. It's like the puffiness that is throughout the body that makes you look fat, but it's not an actual fat. Now, selenium also decreases inflammation. Why? Because it's involved in making glutathione, one of the most powerful antioxidants in the body. And this is why selenium is so important with your liver as well. And that's a whole different topic, but selenium can help prevent a fatty liver. It can help prevent inflammation in the liver. It can help prevent fibrosis in your liver. It can decrease your liver enzymes. It can even decrease the risk of liver cancer. Now, selenium is also high in certain types of fish. And so if you're concerned about getting mercury from certain fish, fish also has selenium, which makes this protein that helps get rid of mercury and cadmium. Now, mercury has been linked to autoimmune conditions of your thyroid, and cadmium by itself directly inhibits the production of thyroid hormones. So here's yet another reason why selenium is so important for these conditions. Selenium even decreased the risk of getting an autoimmune condition, because apparently when you're low in selenium, there's a higher level of initiation of autoimmune problems. It's kind of like the match that triggers the fire. And also as a byproduct of thyroid metabolism, you have this hydrogen peroxide. So selenium helps you make glutathione that helps you deal with this hydrogen peroxide, which can create a toxicity in your thyroid. Also, when you get Graves' disease, which is a hyperthyroid problem, a lot of times you get these bulging eyes. Well, selenium helps reduce that symptom too. Now, where do you get selenium? Well, it's in meat, it's in fish, it's in eggs, it's in dairy, and cruciferous vegetables like cabbage and broccoli. It's in nuts, it's in onions, it's in garlic, and it's definitely in organ meats. Selenium can also help decrease the risk of getting those thyroid nodules. And it can even help prevent the enlargement of your thyroid. And your thyroid has other mechanisms of accumulating selenium, helping recycling it, and making sure that you're not ending up in a low selenium situation. I hope you now know the importance of selenium as it relates to the thyroid. As far as doses go of selenium, of course, I would always recommend eating foods high in selenium, but I would recommend 200 micrograms of selenium each day in a nice base of other trace minerals, just to make sure you're not, creating an imbalance. And if it is true that you have these antibodies, you have this autoimmune condition, whether it's Graves or Hashimoto's, I also recommend another product. I don't sell it. I'm not affiliated with the company that does, but it's called Nitrophin PMG. It's from a product developed by Standard Process. Okay, so you can look that up. You would take one before bed, and that works a little bit differently, but I think the combination of both of these would be very, very important in helping you recover. And for more information about that, I included that in this video right here. You should check it out.
Combed cotton. 100% combed cotton. Polyester. 15キロ。Shorts. 아이고, 손이. Fuck. How to tell if I'm allergic to non-cotton eczema? Can a heating mat cause eczema by lying down on it? What kind of synthetic material does a heat mat have to be in order for it to cause eczema and breakout? I think it's made out of synthetic leather.
Ain't nobody picking up. Let it rain. Let it rain. Hello. Hello. The teacher.
Did you realize that the great majority of hypothyroid cases, like 90% up to 95%, is Hashimoto's? That's interesting. Let's talk about first what Hashimoto's is, and then we'll talk about the why. You have the hypothalamus up here in the brain, that's the master gland, that then talks to the pituitary, which is like the middleman, and down to the thyroid. So we have this communication network. It's a feedback loop. So you have the pituitary that releases thyroid-stimulating hormone, okay? And that has two purposes. One is to tell the thyroid to release more hormone and to increase the growth of the thyroid itself. So what's happening is either there is a low T3 or T4 going on somewhere in the body that is failing to send back signals to the pituitary and hypothalamus. Hello, Dr. Berg here. Listen, I'm going to talk about what to do if you have an extremely slow thyroid or you had your thyroid removed and you're trying to lose weight and nothing is working. And there's a lot of things you can do that are insignificant. I'm going to talk about the most important thing that you should do. Let's talk about the things that are important but not at the top of the list. You know, getting iodine from sea kelp. It's not a bad idea. You should do that, but it's not going to be the main thing. Selenium. Important. You might see some improvement, but it's not going to be earth-shattering. Exercise. It might help you a little bit, but it's not going to be like gigantic. I mean, the type of exercise that a thyroid person needs to do would be a bit of a higher intense, short duration type exercise. Here's the problem. The thyroid hormones control and coordinate every cell in your entire body. It controls the metabolic rate, how fast that you break down fat. So if that thing is slow, you can imagine you're up against your own metabolism. So it controls the metabolic rate. It controls the number of mitochondria. Those are the energy factories that actually burn fuel. Also controls hundreds of intracellular enzymes in the formation of protein, hair, nails, skin. So you can imagine so many things are connected to that thyroid. Okay, so the thing that you have to do is you have to, as a primary thing, switch from glucose fuel to ketone fuel or fat fuel. That's really the only thing you can do, because that is a much more efficient fuel source, and it's fat burning. So here you are trying to lose weight. Wouldn't it be a good idea to actually have your body only burn fat? So that's one thing you have to do, is transition over. It takes about a good 6 weeks or more to fully adapt your body to burning fat. Okay? And you're going to use 2 specific techniques, ketosis and the most important one, which is intermittent fasting. Okay? So intermittent fasting is going to be your best tool to do this, but it's going to have to be done a little bit extreme. But just hang on, let me just kind of explain first. The first thing you want to do, just to make this really easy and a really nice gradual process, is start with 3 meals a day, no snacking. Okay? I'm going to put some links down below on more details on that, but 3 meals a day, no snacking. Okay? You do that for 3 weeks. Now what's going to happen is your body is going to start to adapt to fat burning, because every time you eat, you stimulate insulin, and insulin is what's really keeping you from switching over to fat fuel. Okay? Now you're at 2 meals a day. Okay? You're maybe have a late lunch or a lunch, and then you're at an early dinner. That's the ideal scene, and 2 meals a day. After 3 weeks, that's going to give you a chance to drop insulin all the way. By the time you your last meal, all the way to the next meal, you're going to be able to heal insulin. That's going to greatly speed up your metabolism right there. Okay? Now, in 3 more weeks, you're going to have to do this next step, which is going to go to 1 meal a day. I don't recommend this for the majority of people, only for those people that have thyroid issues, that have a really, really slow metabolism from whatever reason. Maybe they had the thyroid removed. Maybe they just end up with a damaged thyroid from some low-calorie diet a long time ago. But 1 meal a day, and don't feel like you're going to starve on that, because I know of bodybuilders, incredibly large men, that actually do 1 meal a day. Now, the meal that you eat on that, this is the goal, by the way, to get 1 meal a day, because that's what you're going to have to do to be able to get the weight off. Okay? You do that for 3 weeks. Now what's going to happen is your body is going to start to adapt to fat burning, because every time you eat, you stimulate insulin, and insulin is what's really keeping you from switching over to fat fuel. Okay? Now you're at 2 meals a day. Okay? You're maybe have a late lunch or a lunch, and then you're at an early dinner. That's the ideal scene, and 2 meals a day. After 3 weeks, that's going to give you a chance to drop insulin all the way. By the time your last meal, all the way to the next meal, you're going to be able to heal insulin. That's going to greatly speed up your metabolism right there. Okay? Now, in 3 more weeks, you're going to have to do this next step, which is going to go to 1 meal a day. I don't recommend this for the majority of people, only for those people that have thyroid issues, that have a really, really slow metabolism from whatever reason. Maybe they had the thyroid removed. Maybe they just end up with a damaged thyroid from some low-calorie diet a long time ago. But 1 meal a day, and don't feel like you're going to starve on that, because I know of bodybuilders, incredibly large men, that actually do 1 meal a day. Now, the meal that you eat on that, this is the goal, by the way, to get 1 meal a day, because that's what you're going to have to do to be able to get the weight off. But you're going to have, it's going to be a nutrient-dense, huge meal. So you're going to get all your nutrients to that meal, but it's going to be 1 meal a day, no snacks. And you have to work up to it over a period of time. That's what you're going to do to actually see changes, because you're missing a real key piece of the puzzle in the chain of endocrine glands, and you have to work on other things to make up that missing link by just leveraging intermittent fasting to the extreme. Of course, you're also going to be doing ketosis, healthy ketosis, where you're going to be doing like low sugars and no fruits and things like that, but you're going to be able to eat some healthy fats. But this will greatly help you.
Benefits of thyroid massage.
Hey guys, Dr. Childs here. Today we're going to be talking about thyroid gland massage. And we're going to be talking about whether or not that's a good thing, whether or not that's something that you should consider doing if you have a low thyroid condition, if it's healthy. And I'm also going to be talking about a little bit of a spoiler here, but I'm going to be explaining other options that may be better than thyroid gland massage. So let's jump right in. Now, what is thyroid gland massage? I don't want you to confuse massage therapy or thyroid gland massage because these are two separate things. When I talk about thyroid gland massage, as is the case in this video, I'm actually talking about massaging the thyroid gland with your hands. I'm talking about actually direct massage of that gland and that tissue. This should be differentiated from massage therapy for the thyroid gland, right? Massage therapy could be massaging tissues around the thyroid gland, but not the thyroid gland specifically. So why are we talking about thyroid gland massage? Well, in this case, there's been a growing number of people who are interested in using thyroid gland massage to try and increase thyroid hormone. And I'll explain a little bit about the logic here. So the idea goes something like this. The thyroid gland, your thyroid gland, inside of your neck, sits at a place which is actually available for you to touch should you want to. Now, this is different from most endocrine systems inside of the body. So if we take, for instance, let's say the pancreas, which is secreting glucagon and insulin, the pancreas is buried inside of your abdomen. Right? It's not really that easy to get to or to touch. Yes, a trained person might be able to identify it, but only somebody who knows what they're doing. The same thing goes for your adrenal glands. These sit on top of your kidneys, and they're buried inside of the back side of your chest, well, not your chest, but your abdomen, abdominal cavity, and they're usually protected by some bones, in this case, your lower ribs. So it's really hard to get down into your kidneys and actually manipulate your adrenal gland should you want to. But that's not the case with the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland is actually pretty superficial and sits at the base of your neck. So if you really wanted to, even right now as you're listening to this, which I don't recommend, by the way, but you could start poking around, and you could, if you watch a couple videos, identify what your thyroid gland looks like and actually press on it. So why are people considering doing this? Well, the thyroid gland is an endocrine tissue, and it sort of has a sponge-like quality. So if you ever look up pictures, if you just do thyroid gland and do Google or Bing or something like that, and look at what it looks like, you'll see it kind of has a spongy quality to it. And I've seen it in real life. I've seen it in people's necks doing surgeries and thyroid surgeries and removals. And so it does actually look like what the images that you're seeing, even if they're artistic images. And it does have that sort of spongy quality to it. And inside of your thyroid gland is retained some thyroid hormone. So yes, your thyroid gland produces thyroid hormone, but some of that is retained inside of there that can be mobilized as your body needs it. So it's sitting there kind of laying in wait. Now the idea behind thyroid gland massage is you are basically taking over that job of the thyroid gland, pressing on the thyroid gland tissue and causing the expression, or you're expressing out that thyroid hormone earlier than it would want to be coming out normally, right? So in this way, you're actually pushing out some thyroid hormone. Now for those patients who have what we call hypothyroidism or low thyroid function, this can sound appealing, right?
If you want to do something good for your thyroid, massage is a good technique. And if you notice anything like pale skin, dry skin, cracks on your skin, slow healing wounds, rashes, discolored skin, widening nose, swollen face, especially on your eyelids, let's talk that it's time to do something on that subject. So try to find some help from your doctor or massage or change your diet. Using massage therapy for the sternocleidomastoid muscle can help to reduce neck pain and headache. This muscle is one of the largest superficial muscles in the neck. It helps to stabilize the neck and when it is in forward and backward position. If you want to do something good for your thyroid, massage is a good technique, and if you notice anything like pale skin, dry skin, cracks on your skin, slow healing wounds, rashes, discolored skin, widening nose, swollen face, especially on your eyelids, lips, and tongue, then it's time to do something on that subject. So try to find some help from your doctor or massage or change your diet. Using massage therapy for the sternocleidomastoid muscle can help to reduce neck pain and headache. This muscle is one of the largest superficial muscles in the neck. It helps to stabilize the neck and when it is in forward and backward position. If you want to do something good for your thyroid, massage is a good technique, and if you notice anything like pale skin, dry skin, cracks on your skin, slow healing wounds, rashes, discolored skin, widening nose, swollen face, especially on your eyelids, lips, and tongue, then it's time to do something on that subject. So try to find some help from your doctor or massage or change your diet. Using massage therapy for the sternocleidomastoid muscle can help to reduce neck pain and headache. This muscle is one of the largest superficial muscles in the neck. It helps to stabilize the neck and when it is in forward and backward position. If you want to do something good for your thyroid, massage is a good technique, and if you notice anything like pale skin, dry skin,
you need to start massaging your thyroid if you're not doing this already. Recently, I posted a short clip of me doing a thyroid massage as well as some lymphatic drainage, which helps not only with sinus congestion, but it can also help with facial puffiness that can happen due to water retention in the face as well. Now, lymphatic drainage as well as thyroid massage can really help with lymphatic circulation, which is in fact very beneficial for your thyroid. It can also help stimulate your thyroid, and it's as simple as just massaging the thyroid with the appropriate oil. Now, in the video that I posted, I'm actually using jojoba oil, which is a great source of antioxidants. Now, our skin actually absorbs the oil that we use, so please ensure you are using a high quality organic oil. You can also consider
have thyroid here. Now, medical science says if you have thyroid, hypothyroidism, there is no cure. You must take this pill for the rest of your life. But the yogic science says we can cure it. Try the Sarvangasana, the shoulder stand. It will squeeze this organ. And having done the Sarvangasana for 1 minute, follow it up with the Matsyasana, the fish pose. That will stretch this organ. Do it on a regular basis. It will do.
Hi everyone, this is Maria from Vancouver, Canada, and today I'm going to talk about a specialized gland called the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland is part of the endocrine system, which is made up of 9 separate glands, which is found throughout the the body. These glands release hormones, which regulates different parts of our body. Now, the thyroid releases two hormones, which is a T4 and T3, and these hormones basically regulates the metabolism of the body. So if it releases too much hormones, if it's very active, then we have a tendency to be very, very hyper, and the body quite slim. If the thyroid is not releasing enough hormones, then we're more sluggish, and we have a tendency to gain weight much faster. So with this procedure I'm going to show you how to take care of it. You will be able to regulate and actually make your skin look younger and healthier. So let's get started. So let's look at the thyroid gland, where it's located in this diagram. So you can see here, it is located right on the thyroid. There's a red mass here. Is the thyroid gland. It's located right above the clavicle bone. So if we look at on the anatomy here, it's right here's the clavicle bone right here. So it's located right in this area here. So there's two different ways of stimulating this gland. One is by just using your hand, and you just massage it this way for about a minute, and alternate your hands. Just massage it right in here, just right where the throat is area. Another way of doing it is just by massaging it this way. So you're just putting your hand like this and massaging it like that. You need to do it for at least a minute. So you might feel very comfortable doing it this way or doing it this way. So let's do it for at least a minute. So, the movements are quite simple. What? Very, very simple. Let's do it for at least a minute. So, the movements are quite simple. Very, very simple. So, you just have to take your hand right at the base here, just above the clavicle, here, and here. And if you don't like that, you can move it like this and do it for 1 minute. By stimulating, so right at the base here, you're also stimulating the lymph glands. So you're doing two different things at the same time. Amazing. But while you're stimulating, you're also balancing this thyroid gland. This thyroid gland, it is so crucial for bodily functions such as heart rate, regulates your heart rate, body weight, your muscle strength, breathing, your body temperature, your nervous system, the level of energy, so many things. So this basic procedure, it will bring great results to your skin, the health of your skin, rejuvenation, and also firmness. It is an amazing step. Very easy technique. So, but I also trying to encourage my students and my clients to add different things, such as while you're doing this, you can do some lymph drainage, you can do some tamponnement, pétrissage de jaquette, motor points, so many other things. So you never get into a plateau. You're always doing something different for your skin, keeping your skin healthy and glowing. So look at the other videos, share this with the world, share with people, because by doing this, we will get less and less plastic surgery, Botox, collagen injections, which we don't need. Don't you agree? So share this video, give me comments below, and I will see you next time.
Do this to improve low thyroid symptoms, even though your doctor says you're fine based on your blood work. Do you have coldness? Do you feel cold often? Are you always tired? Do you get moody because of that low thyroid? Have you gained that weight? And that's probably why you went to see your doctor in the first place, thinking that your thyroid is low. Well, here are my tips. Number one, support the gland. It needs things like iodine, tyrosine, an important amino acid to actually make your thyroid hormone. You need the sunlight on your thyroid and on your skin and your eyes, so no sunglasses, to be able to activate all of your hormones. You got to fix your leptin resistance as well, because it's often a leptin resistance, not even a thyroid problem. And fixing those hormones and having that regulation with your leptin is going to go a long way to help with that weight loss, as well as you feeling so much better. Follow for more natural health tips. Do this to improve.
Hypothyroidism characterizes the thyroid gland's inability to generate enough levels of hormones. The condition includes many symptoms, including fatigue, depression, muscle fatigue, and fluctuations in weight. As these symptoms develop slowly with the years, hypothyroidism is deemed challenging to diagnose. Hypothyroidism may be a reasonably common illness, affecting about 1% of the population. A woman is more likely to develop hypothyroidism than a man. Statistics rise with age. Within women over 65, this disease's incidence may be as high as 10%. These numbers represent reported instances. Many people can experience hypothyroid symptoms regardless of age or gender. Before we get into the specifics of the disease, we need to explore the human body. You may know that the thyroid gland, that butterfly-shaped structure that wraps around the trachea, is an endocrine gland that secretes hormones related to metabolism responsible for growth and energy. It does this under orders from the adrenal gland, which secretes thyroid-stimulating hormone TSH. The primary hormone related to the thyroid gland is also called thyroxine. If thyroxine levels are very high, metabolism is fast. Hypothyroid symptoms include weight loss, heart palpitations, and bulging eyes. When thyroxine levels are low, metabolism is slow. Weight gain, low energy, and hypersensitivity to cold can ensue. Just like most things concerning hormones, this description is an oversimplification. The thyroid hastens several distinct substances, including T4, also called thyroxine, a molecule with 4 iodine atoms, and T3, a molecule using 3 iodine atoms. T4 is usually secreted in more significant amounts than T3, but T3 is more potent. Enzymes elsewhere in the body might help to convert T3 to T4, or vice versa. At the etiology of hypothyroidism is the presence of T4 that's usually analyzed and treated with a synthetic model of thyroxine. Outside of atherosclerosis, that will be a risk for all older clients no matter thyroid function. Thyroid massage is an appropriate choice for hypothyroidism patients. Even though it's not likely to revive the regular production of thyroid hormones or cellular sensitivity, massage can surely improve people's standard of living who feel lethargic and with low energy. Among the most significant benefits of thyroid massage therapy for hypothyroid patients is significantly improved lymphatic and blood flow. Lymphatic flow is vital for endocrine organs so that the thyroid might gain from increased circulation. Reduced inflammation is another benefit produced from massage and related bodywork. Research indicates that thyroid massage may create an outcome very similar to anti-inflammatory medications at a cellular level. This benefit will help the hypothyroid patient with Hashimoto's thyroiditis or similar inflammatory concerns. The third benefit of thyroid massage is lower stress levels within your system. This benefit can diminish cortisol and other stress hormones to help manage weight. Goiters, or enlarged thyroids, could be seen in hypothyroid patients.
These are outcomes from an overproduction of thyroid-stimulating hormone from the pituitary gland. The constant stimulation from TSH may create the thyroid tissues to swell. If the thyroid gland still cannot make sufficient T3 and T4 hormones, the patient will suffer from goitrous.
Signs of hypothyroidism.
사인즈 오브 하이포사이로이디즘.
There's a small gland in your neck that could be responsible for your fatigue, dry skin, and weight gain. And when it's not working properly, everything falls apart, including your hair, nails, and skin. It's called the thyroid gland, and millions of people have an underactive thyroid without even knowing it. So today, I'm going to show you the top 15 signs of hypothyroidism so you know exactly what to watch out for. Let's start by looking directly at the thyroid gland. For this test, you need a mirror and a glass of water. Your thyroid gland is located low on the neck, just above the collarbones. And when you swallow, it moves up and down, making it easier to see. So take a sip of water and hold it in your mouth. Then tilt your head back a little bit and swallow while looking at the base of your neck. And a pro tip, don't get confused by the thyroid cartilage in the middle of the neck. For men, that's the Adam's apple. Your thyroid gland will be below that. If you can't exactly see where the thyroid is, that's actually completely normal. Some people with healthy thyroids who are really slim and have a long neck might be able to make it out of the mirror. But usually, if it's big enough to see, that means your thyroid is enlarged, and that's called a goiter. And people with hypothyroidism can develop a huge goiter. And the physiology is actually pretty cool. Basically, your brain monitors how much thyroid hormone is circulating in your body, and it sends a signal to your thyroid gland when it needs to produce more. That signal is called thyroid stimulating hormone, or TSH for short. As the name suggests, TSH stimulates the production of thyroid hormone and also tells it to get bigger and stronger. But if there's a problem with the thyroid or a nutritional deficiency like iodine deficiency, no matter how big the thyroid gets, it just can't physically produce enough thyroid hormone. And this becomes a vicious cycle where the brain keeps releasing more TSH and the thyroid gland just keeps getting bigger and bigger. At a certain point, the thyroid will become so large that it will compress important structures in the neck, making it difficult to swallow and even hard to breathe. Now, let's move on to your largest and most visible organ, your skin. Think of it like a brick wall with dead, flattened skin cells forming the bricks. And like any good brick wall, a natural mortar made of oils and fats holds the bricks together and locks in moisture. But an underactive thyroid dramatically reduces the amount of healthy oils your skin produces, which can lead to dry, rough skin. Over time, moisture escapes from the deeper layers of the skin, and eventually, that wall literally starts to crack and fall apart. This is called asteatotic eczema, or eczema craquelé. This distinctive pattern is often called crazy paving. Not that kind of crazy. This actually refers to a type of pavement with a mosaic of irregular tiles. Your skin is constantly shedding and regenerating, and this process is disrupted in hypothyroidism. Did you know the average person sheds about 3.5 pounds of dead skin per year? For my fellow millennials, that's about 10 avocados worth of dead skin, which just sounds like a weird salad that nobody asked for. This process of shedding and regenerating is carefully regulated by enzymes that break down proteins holding together the outer layer of your skin. However, when your thyroid is underactive, these enzymes don't work properly, leading to a buildup of skin cells and proteins, and the results can be dramatic. This is a 43-year-old woman who had progressive skin thickening in her hands and feet over 3 months. This is actually a massive buildup of a protein called keratin. You can think of keratin like the body's natural armor. It's a tough, protective protein that gives structure and strength to your skin. Sometimes that's protective and healthy, like the calluses that build up on a construction worker's hands. But what we're seeing on this woman's foot is clearly excessive. In this case, it was her underactive thyroid that was preventing her skin from shedding properly, causing a condition called palmoplantar keratoderma. And amazingly, after just 9 months of treatment with thyroid replacement hormone, her skin was back to normal.
while we're on the subject of keratin, did you know that this protein makes up 90% of your nails and 95% of your hair? So it's no surprise that an underactive thyroid can have a major impact on your hair and nails. These are real images of a 41-year-old woman with hypothyroidism. This poor lady lost almost all of her hair over the course of just 4 months. And to understand what happened, you need to understand the life cycle of a hair. Each hair is created by special cells within the hair follicle. At some point, that hair will stop growing and enter a resting phase before it eventually falls out. And at any given time, about 10% of your hairs are in that resting phase, just waiting to fall out. But when your thyroid hormone levels are low, all of that gets disrupted. First, the production of hair slows down and becomes disorganized, and that leads to dull, brittle, thin hair. But even more distressing, the follicles will enter that resting phase prematurely, and within a few months, you can develop massive hair shedding. Here are some examples of hair thinning that are less severe, but are also caused by hypothyroidism. Now let's look at the nails of that same woman. A similar process happens where nail growth slows down and becomes disorganized. And sometimes this leads to thicker nails like we can see here. But although they're thicker, the nail quality is actually poor and they're quite prone to splitting. It turned out this patient had Hashimoto's thyroiditis, a condition where your immune system attacks your thyroid gland. She was immediately started on treatment with thyroid hormone replacement, and she made an incredible recovery. This is her 5 years later with a thick head of hair and normal nails. Thick vertical ridges can also appear on the nails, which typically crumble and break easily. Although I will note that vertical ridges can be benign and just develop with age. One other nail change you might see in hypothyroidism is onycholysis, where you get separation of the nail from the nail bed. And when the nail lifts up, air gets under the nail, which gives it this appearance. Of course, hair loss in hypothyroidism isn't just limited to the scalp. It can also affect the eyebrows, eyelashes, and body hair. This is a 72-year-old man with hypothyroidism who decided to stop taking his thyroid replacement medication about 6 months earlier. If you look closely, you can see some obvious findings of hypothyroidism that we've already talked about. Flaky, dry skin, and thinning of his hair. But let's focus on his eyebrows. Notice how the outer third of his eyebrow is so thin that it's almost completely disappeared. This is a classic finding of hypothyroidism that we call Queen Anne's sign, which is named after the eyebrows of Queen Anne of Denmark. Although truthfully, nobody really knows if she actually had hypothyroidism. If you love this kind of information and you want your questions answered in a monthly live stream, then click the link up here to become a channel member. Let's look at that image again. Do you see that swelling under his eyes? This is called periorbital edema. And yes, some people are more prone to bags under their eyes, like parents of a newborn. But it can also be a striking sign of hypothyroidism. But this isn't your typical swelling. And if you push on it, the texture will be firm, maybe even a little bit doughy. That's because it isn't just water. It's actually a buildup of gelatinous material in the skin called myxedema. It might sound kind of gross, but in the right quantities, this gel is actually part of an essential substance known as the extracellular matrix, which is kind of like the scaffolding or cushion between your cells. In fact, one of the major components of this gel, called hyaluronic acid, is commonly used in lip fillers. The trouble is, when you don't have enough thyroid hormone, that gel starts to get overproduced and builds up. We usually see this around the eyes, on the hands and the feet, but it can really build up anywhere, as you'll see in this next case. This is a 35...
So in this video, we're going to talk about the thyroid gland. There are so many people that are walking around with a thyroid problem, but it's secondary to something else. In fact, when they take the thyroid medication, they don't really feel any better, or they don't lose the weight. So the problem is associating what's really underneath the thyroid problem. You know, when you go to a doctor, they'll do a blood test, and they may or may not find anything. They might not look deep enough, or even if they do find it, they'll put you on medication, but you don't always see changes. So let's talk about all the other possibilities of the actual cause of a thyroid problem. From my experience working with a lot of doctors in the field, most thyroid conditions are not primary. They're not just the primary thyroid problem, unless you've been exposed to radiation. Now, the thyroid is located at the base of the neck right here, about 2.5 inches wide, and the gland controls metabolism. If there's a problem with the thyroid, and it's a low thyroid, nearly 100 enzymes inside your cells will be blocked. That's why you have problems with protein. You won't be able to absorb the proteins in the body to make hair, so your hair dries out. You start losing your hair. You get vertical ridges on your nails. You have loose skin right here and right here. You gain weight all over, not in any one location. You get cold feet. You have to wear socks to bed at night. You have problems with depression. You are tired despite how many hours of sleep that you get. Decreased libido. Digestive problems. Constipation. You crave carbs, especially breads, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, waffles, pancakes. Now, you could also have an adrenal body type and have similar symptoms, but what you got to look at is what are the most associated characteristics with that body type, and then you would tend to, deal with that. Now, in no way am I diagnosing you or telling you to diagnose your own condition. That's my disclaimer, because you got to get with your doctor if you want to diagnose hypothyroidism. I'm just giving you information to understand the associated symptoms of the thyroid in relationship to other causes. Okay, so number one, the liver converts the thyroid hormones. So in other words, if you look at the T3 and T4, the number on that T or T3 or T4, it represents the number of iodine molecules that are on that hormone. T4 is really an inactive thyroid hormone, and it's activated through the liver to become T3. So in your liver, you have certain enzymes to strip off one of the iodine molecules to make it T3, to make T3 the active form of thyroid hormone. So in other words, 80% of the thyroid function occurs through your liver. Without a liver, you cannot convert and make your thyroid work. Okay? So that's one thing you need to know. So if your liver is damaged, chances are that could be the source of your thyroid problem. If you have constipation that backs up the liver, that could be a cause of your thyroid problem. If you have a sluggish gallbladder or no gallbladder, that could be a source of your thyroid problem, because you're not able to convert these hormones correctly. And just so you know, if you don't have enough bile, which comes from a lot of adrenal stress, and you don't have that substance called bile, which helps you break down fats, for one reason or another, you won't be able to concentrate the iodine to make this thyroid thing work too. So many times you might have a good liver, but just not enough bile production, and that alone can influence the thyroid. Okay, so those are some common causes. It could be your diet's deficient in iodine, because the soils are really, really poor, or maybe you're allergic to iodine, or maybe you're allergic to shellfish, which has iodine. Okay, those are possibilities. The other possibility is high levels of estrogen. Okay, that's another common cause. Why do I know that? Because many times females, right after their pregnancy, they develop a thyroid condition because of the spike of estrogen. Or women that have thyroid problems usually have high levels of estrogen coming from heavy periods, or heavy crampy periods, or painful periods. Estrogen dominance will block the thyroid because estrogen competes for the thyroid receptors, so it blocks the receptors. So too much estrogen can also be a source of a thyroid problem. Okay, so estrogen being the primary cause, the thyroid problem being the symptom of high estrogen. So these are all things you want to look at. Estrogen also can damage the liver and stop the conversion from T4 to T3. Estrogen can also concentrate the bile to block the conversion from T4 to T3. So you can see there's many, many different causes of thyroid problem. So now the question is, how do we break it down? How do we find out what it is? My way is always like this. I would like to ask a question, out of all these possibilities, which one would make the most sense? Which one would actually help everything going on here? And from my experience, it's usually a gallbladder bile problem, because once you have enough bile, you start to lubricate the colon. So it gets rid of the constipation. It allows the conversion from T4 to T3. It helps the digestion. It takes the pressure off the liver. It allows the estrogen to flow through the liver much better. So you see, if you approach it from that viewpoint, by fixing one thing, does it fix everything at the same time? Because these things are not individual problems, they're all connected. The principle that's very true is that the underlying real cause of any of these problems is usually very obvious once you figure it out. It's nothing abstract, nothing very mysterious. So that's what you want to look for. Or let's say you say that where did this problem start? Right after pregnancy. Well, we know then it's high estrogen levels. Okay, so anyway, that kind of gives you a deeper understanding of thyroid conditions and what maybe you should start looking at in helping yourself with the thyroid body type. Okay, today we're going to talk about hyper. What's the difference between hyper? Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about iodine and the relationship to your IQ, okay? So iodine deficiencies are really a big problem on this planet right now. I want to read something to you. Iodine deficiencies affect approximately 2 billion people worldwide. Now that's a lot of people. What is there, 7 billion people on the planet, and this is like 2 billion? So a large percent of us are deficient in iodine. Iodine is very important in supporting the brain function, okay? Growth of a child, regulating estrogen, supporting the thyroid function. And if you're deficient, you can have a goiter where you have this bulge in your neck, this swollen thyroid gland. So there is a condition called intellectual disability, which is mental retardation, where the IQ is less than 70. And the person has lower motor skills, slow learning, a decrease in solving problems, difficulty adapting to a new situation. 50% of the time, this condition, you know, you start having thyroid symptoms, you go to the doctor, they give you a diagnosis, you have a hypothyroid problem, okay? Then you're put on Synthroid or some other medication to give you hormones, and then you ask your doctor, what is causing my hypothyroid problem? And they might tell you, well, your thyroid hormones are low. And you go, okay, all right, you go back home, you start taking your thyroid medication, and about a year later, you're wondering, I don't really feel any difference. My energy is still low, I still am overweight. What's going on? And then if you ask the question, what causes a lowered amount of the thyroid hormones, you may get answers like, well, we don't know, it might be genetic, there's still research going on. So it can be very, very frustrating because it's not about correcting the thyroid, it's about managing your thyroid levels. And if you treat the thyroid with thyroid hormones and you don't see improvements, the question is that the real problem? Or is that just the tip of the iceberg? And what I'm about to talk about is not meant to replace medical care. Check with your doctor before implementing any of these suggestions. The only thing I'm trying to do is raise some really important questions. If you really get to the root cause of a problem, then the problem resolves. If you don't, and you keep managing the symptom, you're basically spinning the wheels and potentially creating a future problem, because one of the side effects of taking thyroid hormones over a longer period of time is you're causing your own thyroid to not have to work anymore. And you're causing your thyroid to become lazy. And it reduces the thyroid's ability to produce on its own. So it becomes very dependent on these thyroid hormones. And then the other question you have to ask is, okay, what does the thyroid produce? It produces T4, T3, as well as another hormone called calcitonin, right? Are you ever given that hormone? No, you're not. One thing to me that's very interesting about the thyroid is that I think really, and this is my own opinion, is that it's a symptom of something else. It's rarely a primary cause. There's so many other parts of your body that can affect the thyroid that are really ignored. So I'm going to increase your awareness of these other things that could be affecting the thyroid. One thing you need to know about the thyroid is that T4, okay, the main hormone that the thyroid makes is not the active form of thyroid hormone. It's kind of a precursor to the active form, which is T3. And the 3 and the 4 really represent the number of iodine molecules that are attached to this protein hormone. So when the body strips off 1 iodine becomes active. And 80% of this conversion happens through your liver. So if there's any problem with the liver, whether you have a fatty liver or it has cirrhosis or it has inflammation, that can affect the conversions. And so here you are treating the thyroid and ignoring the liver. That could be one mistake. The other 20% of the conversions happen in the kidney. So if there's any problem with the kidney, especially if you are a diabetic or a pre-diabetic or have insulin resistance, chances are you have a problem with the kidney, and that can affect the conversion. You also need selenium, okay, for this conversion. You also need zinc for this conversion. And there's 2 other additional hormones that are very, very powerful in not only blocking the conversion, but messing with the production of thyroid hormones. And that would be number 1, estrogen. This is why you see so many women start developing a thyroid problem right after pregnancy, both hypothyroidism as well as hyper, okay? But most cases of thyroid are an autoimmune type problem, where it's not really a thyroid problem at all. It's an autoimmune, it's an immune problem that is developed after either a stress event or a spike in estrogen. It just so happens that estrogen does control or help regulate the T cells. And the other hormone that I want to mention is this cortisol. If cortisol is too high, it basically paralyzes the immune system, and that alone can set you up for an autoimmune problem, including Hashimoto's, which is basically about 90% of all hypothyroid type situations. Now, since the great majority, like 90% of all hypothyroid problems are really Hashimoto's, then we should also talk about the gut, because you have like 80% of your immune system that starts in the gut. So if there's any type of permeability issues in the gut, like leaky gut, something like that, certain proteins can be leaked into the tissue right beyond the colon and create this whole immune problem, and you can start developing antibodies against certain things. There's a big link between gluten, okay, gluten sensitivity, gluten intolerance, allergy to the gluten, and hypothyroid problems, especially Hashimoto's. A lot of people, when they get gluten out of the diet, all of a sudden get relief with the Hashimoto. So that's a really important factor. I wouldn't just go gluten-free. I would go grain-free completely. So the other thing involved with autoimmune diseases, especially Hashimoto's, is you always have inflammation. And the inflammation is really what's creating all the problem, all the damage. So if you can just get rid of that inflammation, regardless of all the other things you do, you would see dramatic improvement in body function. And one natural and very powerful substance you can take is vitamin D. Vitamin D is not really even a vitamin. It's a hormone. It acts like cortisol, but without the side effects. You usually have to take vitamin D in higher amounts, like 40,000 IUs, to get rid of the inflammation part of this autoimmune problem, as well as selenium. So those 2 things are essential for an autoimmune situation in general, as well as Hashimoto's. A hypothyroid condition can occur in men and women, but it's 8 times more common in women. I really think because of the estrogen component, which I just talked about. Estrogen regulates the T cells, and that can set a woman up for an autoimmune problem. Also, like I said before, cortisol paralyzes your T cells. So a really important question is, when did you start noticing these thyroid symptoms? Was it after a stress event or not, to rule out this cortisol situation? Let's just go through the early signs of hypothyroidism. Okay, number 1, loss of the eyebrows, specifically the outer part of your eyebrows. Okay. Number 2, thinning of your hair, as well as dry hair. All right, the hair just completely dries up and it starts to thin, and you start losing your hair. Other than that, you're perfectly fine. All right, number 3, you can start developing a cold intolerance. You don't tolerate going into an ice bath for very long. Okay, you don't like the cold, especially in the winter, but even in the summer. You have to always wear socks. Number 4, your metabolism is so slow, no matter what you do, it just will not work fast. I would also focus on insulin resistance. Okay, that's in another video. But the thyroid can definitely create a slow metabolism. Number 5, weight gain all over. The type of fat is not necessarily adipose tissue. It's called myxedema. So it's a different type of fat, which I'm not going to get into in this video, but it's more like a spongy type, puffy type fat. And number 6, tired. Now, if someone's tired, that could be from so many different causes, but the thyroid will definitely make someone tired as well as depressed, okay? So you're going to just feel low, you're going to feel down, you're not going to have that get up and go, unfortunately, because everything is suppressed with the thyroid. Now, the question is, what can you do about it? Here's the plan right here. Number 1, find out the real cause of the problem. So you're going to have to do some investigation yourself. The question is, do you feel normal when you're taking these thyroid hormones? Like you went to the doctor, you're taking Synthroid. Are your symptoms normalizing? If they're not, then start asking questions, because chances are it's not the right solution. Now, if someone tells you, well, you've been on it for a year, well, sometimes it takes several years. No, it doesn't. If something is going to fix the problem, it's going to fix it relatively soon. It shouldn't take years and years and years, but so many people get on these hormones and they don't really ever get better. And yes, they might be normalizing your thyroid.
I just want to acknowledge that it's okay to feel all the feelings when going gluten-free. After I was diagnosed, I fell into the internet rabbit hole about all the foods I couldn't eat, cross-contamination, and how gluten is everywhere. It's everywhere. It was intense and overwhelming. I've done it all. Eaten something without reading the label. Thought I'd be fine eating something from a contaminated fryer. Cried in a restaurant. I want to help you avoid the mistakes that I made. So here we go, my top 7 tips. Tip number 1, deglutenify your home. Your home is your safe haven in a gluten-filled world. So let's start there. How you will do this will depend on whether you live alone, with roommates, or with family. Let's start with living alone because it's the simplest. You don't want to be tempted, so purge your kitchen of any gluten-containing items. Make sure that you read the labels because you probably haven't done that before. And this also includes items that might have been contaminated. Things like peanut butter jars or jam jars where you might have put a knife in with breadcrumbs. If things are unopened, you now have gifts for your friends and family. Next, give everything in your kitchen that has come into contact with gluten a good scrub down. Especially things like wooden cutting boards and past.
Elizabeth wants to know, how long will it take for all the gluten to leave my body once I go completely gluten-free? Simple answer here is, it's going to take several months, about 2 months, to get all of the gluten-induced inflammation to leave your body. Now, gluten itself physically will leave your body within about 12 to 24 hours. Most people have a gut transit time, meaning from the time you eat it to the time you poop it, it's 12 to 24 hours for most, unless you're severely constipated. So the gluten will leave your body within a day or so, but the damage gluten can cause can stay with you for up to 2 months. So you might go gluten-free and still feel some of that damage lingering. Be patient, stay gluten-free, and let your body have the opportunity to put that inflammation fire out. Elizabeth wants to know, how long will it take for all the gluten to leave my body once I go completely gluten-free? Simple answer here is, it's going to take several months, about 2 months, to get all of the gluten-induced inflammation to leave your body. Now, gluten itself physically will leave your body within about 12 to 24 hours. Most people have a gut transit time, meaning from the time you eat it to the time you poop it, it's 12 to 24 hours for most, unless you're severely constipated.
Hey guys, when you're first getting started with going gluten-free, you need to know
Dr. Osborne here with Web Wellness University, and today I'm going to tackle the big question that always comes in about oats. First of all, are oats gluten-free? In this question, there is a lot of debate. Technically, oats are not gluten-free. There's a particular type of gluten in oats called avenin, A-V-E-N-I-N. Now, some research studies show that people with celiac disease can tolerate avenin okay, and many research studies show that people cannot tolerate it. So, as we go back to should you or should you not eat oats, my advice is definitely against it. Here are several reasons why. There have been a number of research studies published since 2011 that show that the proteins in oats incite inflammation in different ways. Interferon gamma production, TNF alpha production are two of them. Some studies show that the avenin protein is so similar to gluten found in wheat that it also causes an inflammatory response. So if you're on the fence about oats, remember that there are many studies that show oats do cause an inflammatory response, and keeping in mind that up to 92% of people going on a traditional gluten-free diet, meaning they avoid wheat, barley, and rye only, but continue to eat oats, rice, and corn, these people tend to have persistent inflammation. They tend to go on to develop multiple forms of autoimmune disease. So that being said, we know that gluten in grains is one of the primary reasons autoimmune disease exists in our society today. So my advice is definitely avoid the oats. Now, if you continue to scroll down, you can read more about those research studies here and call your own shots and make your own opinion about it. But I would encourage you not to grade whether or not you avoid oats based on a physical reaction to them. Remember, some of these inflammatory responses caused by grains are delayed in nature, meaning they don't cause an acute reaction. Your lips don't swell, your skin doesn't break out in hives, your throat doesn't constrict. They just cause a chronic low-grade persistent inflammation. So again, read the research below, form your own opinion, but my advice is keep the oats out of your diet if you want to fully recover. Hopefully this was helpful for you. This is Dr. Osborne with Web Wellness University. Have a great day.
Signs of gluten sensitivity.
Could you have hidden gluten intolerance? Let's find out. I have bad pomegranate. So sign number 1 is alternating constipation and diarrhea. Your poop says a lot about how your digestive system is going. 2 is having achy joints. If you hit your elbow and it hurts really bad, gluten intolerance causes inflammation that can cause a lot of joint pain. Number 3 is brain fog. A leaky gut often goes with having a leaky brain. You're going to have trouble concentrating. 4 is chronic digestive issues like heartburn, gas, bloating, indigestion. 5 is acne, menstrual irregularities, or PMS. You also could have brittle nails, brittle hair, dull skin. So you have a lot of signs of nutrient deficiency, even if you think you're eating enough essential nutrients. You also have low energy, have a hard time exercising, depression, and anxiety. So the only way to really diagnose gluten intolerance is to go on the gluten-free diet. If you stop eating gluten and you feel a lot better, you're probably gluten intolerant. Could you have hidden gluten intolerance? Let's find out. I have bad pomegranate. So sign number 1 is alternating constipation and diarrhea. Your poop says a lot about how your digestive system is going. 2 is having achy joints. If you hit your elbow and it hurts really bad, gluten intolerance causes inflammation that can cause a lot of joint pain. Number 3 is brain fog. A leaky gut often goes with having a leaky brain. You're going to have trouble concentrating. 4 is chronic digestive issues like heartburn, gas, bloating, indigestion. 5 is acne, menstrual irregularities, or PMS. You also could have brittle nails, brittle hair, dull skin. So you have a lot of signs of nutrient deficiency, even if you think you're eating enough essential nutrients. You also have low energy, have a hard time exercising, depression, and anxiety. So the only way to really diagnose gluten intolerance is to go on the gluten-free diet. If you stop eating gluten and you feel a lot better, you're probably gluten intolerant. Could you have hidden gluten intolerance? Let's find out. I have bad pomegranate. So sign number 1 is alternating constipation and diarrhea. Your poop says a lot about how your digestive system is going. 2 is having achy joints. If you hit your elbow and it hurts really bad, gluten intolerance causes inflammation that can cause a lot of joint pain. Number 3 is brain fog. A leaky gut often goes with having a leaky brain. You're going to have trouble concentrating. 4 is chronic digestive issues like heartburn, gas, bloating, indigestion. 5 is acne, menstrual irregularities, or PMS. You also could have brittle nails, brittle hair, dull handles.
Gluten is a kind of a general term for several types of proteins that have a very devastating effect on our GI system. Now, you might think just about celiac, which is a very severe disorder, which is, not as common as other disorders. But then you also have gluten intolerance, gluten sensitivity, which is pretty common. But what about for those people that don't have a problem with gluten? Well, check this out. Gluten, whether you have an intolerance or not, gluten is going to increase zonulin in everyone. So it's going to open up those tight junctions in people that are not sensitive to it. And the big problem with gluten is that it's the only protein that our bodies cannot fully digest. So if we get this undigested protein floating down our GI tract, and then it opens up the hole in the gut and it goes right through, now we're going to start to have immune reactions, or at least inflammation, especially if you're consuming it on a chronic basis, which most people are. Gluten is a kind of a general term for several types of proteins that have a very devastating effect on our GI system. Now, you might think just about celiac, which is a very severe disorder, which is, not as common as other disorders.
Wondering if you have hypothyroidism. We're going to go over the top 10 signs and symptoms of hypothyroidism.
I love it. I'm Dr. Paul Zaza.
Dr. Brad Weeding, welcome to Talk About Doc.
Some of these things are like sensitive for hypothyroidism, but not specific. Some of these signs or symptoms may be an indication of something else that's going on or nothing that's going on. Right. But together, some of these do.
Yeah, and a lot of them are very common, right?
Super common.
Yeah, and people are like, well, I just have this and this and this. I'm not really sure what it is. If you have some of these, it might be worth a chat with the family doctor. Say, hey, do I maybe have hypothyroidism?
Yeah.
Sorry, family doctors, to all the people that are going to be rushing in and saying, hey, I think I have hypothyroidism.
With these vague symptoms.
That's right. Okay, so number 1, vague. Let's start with fatigue.
Who doesn't have fatigue?
Well, this is the trouble. So if you have chronic low energy, feel tired despite maybe relaxing or getting good sleep, one of the reasons that you can have fatigue is because of hypothyroidism. Because the way that it affects your metabolism, it makes you feel tired all the time. It's unrelenting.
And if this is a change of the way you've normally been feeling.
Yeah, and disproportionate to your sleep cycle and your lifestyle. So if you feel like you're way more tired than everybody else, you might have hypothyroidism.
Okay, number 2, just as vague is weight gain.
Yes.
Who doesn't feel like they're gaining weight?
Right.
But together with some of these other symptoms, weight gain is one of the signs of hypothyroidism.
And often in these are people who are exercising regularly and maybe are reducing their caloric consumption or modifying their diet to try to lose weight and just are banging up against a wall with no progress because it literally slows down your metabolism or your basal metabolic rate. So the amount of calories that you burn in the average day essentially doing nothing goes down. So
because of hypothyroidism.
Slowly trickles on, like hypothyroidism.
Okay.
Number 3 is cold insensitivity. Along the same lines, as your metabolism increases, the amount of heat that your body generates and your body's ability to modify your temperature goes down with hypothyroidism. So you become cold sensitive or cold insensitivity. So you're always cold, you're putting a sweater on when it's 90 degrees outside,
Like right now here in Ontario, you see someone who's outside wearing a hoodie and it's really hot and muggy. Maybe they have hypothyroidism. Saying, excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Have you checked your thyroid lately?
I believe you might have hypothyroidism.
Do you feel fatigued? Are you gaining weight? Well, the next one is dry skin and hair.
Okay.
Okay. And you've tried things. You put a moisturizer. You put a humidifier in your house.
Yep.
Relative humidity is like 80%, and you still have dry skin and hair. That could be a sign.
Right.
And the reason is
sebum.
Sebum. Same thing you get lying around on the beach too.
Dr. Amy Ornament, why do so many doctors get the treatment of thyroid disease in women? Over the last 50 years, iodine levels have fallen over 50%. We've tested over 8,000 people for our iodine levels, just right below 98% are iodine deficient. The vast majority are severely iodine deficient. In our toxic world, with our exposure to fluoride and bromide at the levels that we have right now, you can't get enough in from food. In medical school, the only thing I learned about iodine was that iodine deficiency was a thing of the past, and iodine salt corrected that, and no one's iodine deficient anymore. Even though when I was in medical school, the studies were coming out for the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey that the vast majority of Americans were deficient in iodine. And I would try iodine in the first 10 years of my holistic practice, little amounts, medium amounts, and large amounts, and it wasn't helping. Patients like thyroid hormone was helping. Dr. Abraham taught me why the form of iodine I was using wasn't working in my patients. When I started using the right form of iodine, I started to have the great results that I'm still getting today. I said 50 years iodine levels have been falling across the United States. It started around 1970. So what happened in 1970?
Dr. Brownstein, great to have you back on the show. For our second conversation, I think a good framework for us, at least to start, is to look at the myths surrounding iodine and bust them. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Okay, first one is that too much iodine
and in some cases plants that actually lower thyroid hormone. And not to beat a dead horse or cabbage, but there are a number of things that iodine can do that are positive, that are sort of, they're related to thyroid, not directly. They're kind of offshoots of the thyroid pathway. They're downstream of it, we would say, in terms of how they impact metabolic function. One of those is to produce something called C-reactive protein. Some of you may have heard of CRP or C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein is something that you want to keep at modestly low levels. It's associated with inflammation and various forms of heart disease and even eye disease, macular degeneration. So it does appear that iodine supplementation or getting sufficient iodine from food either works, is associated with reduced levels of C-reactive protein in the blood and an anti-inflammatory effect, and in some cases plants that actually lower thyroid hormone. And not to beat a dead horse or cabbage, but there are a number of things that iodine can do that are positive, that are sort of, they're related to thyroid, not directly. They're kind of offshoots of the thyroid pathway. They're downstream of it, we would say, in terms of how they impact metabolic function. One of those is to reduce something called C-reactive protein. Some of you may have heard of CRP or C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein is something that you want to keep at modestly low levels. It's associated with inflammation and various forms of heart disease and even eye disease, macular degeneration. So it does appear that iodine supplementation or getting sufficient iodine from food either works, is associated with reduced levels of C-reactive protein in the blood and an anti-inflammatory effect, and in some cases plants that actually lower thyroid hormone. And not to beat a dead horse or cabbage, but there are a number of things that iodine can do that are positive, that are sort of, they're related to thyroid, not directly. They're kind of offshoots of the thyroid pathway. They're downstream of it, we would say, in terms of how they impact metabolic function. One of those is to reduce something called C-reactive protein. Some of you may have heard of CRP or C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein is something that you want to keep at modestly low levels. It's associated with inflammation and various forms of heart disease and even eye disease, macular degeneration. So it does appear that iodine supplementation or getting sufficient iodine from food either works, is associated with reduced levels of C-reactive protein in the blood and an anti-inflammatory effect, and in some cases plants that actually lower thyroid hormone. And not to beat a dead horse or cabbage, but there are a number of things that iodine can do that are positive, that are sort of, they're related related to thyroid, not directly. They're kind of offshoots of the thyroid pathway. They're downstream of it, we would say, in terms of how they impact metabolic function. One of those is to reduce something called C-reactive protein. Some of you may have heard of CRP or C-reactive protein. C-reactive protein is something that you want to keep at modestly low levels. It's associated with inflammation and various forms of heart disease.
There are some major, if not shocking, benefits of iodine I want to discuss. Every single cell in your body needs iodine, because iodine is not just for the thyroid. Okay, the thyroid consumes about 6 milligrams of iodine every single day, but the breast tissue consumes 5 milligrams every single day. And the question is, why would the breast tissue and other tissues need iodine? We're going to get there. The ovaries, the brain, the lining of your stomach, even your eyes require significant amounts of iodine. I mean, it's not very mysterious why Japanese women in Japan have very low incidence of getting breast cancer. They consume 25 times more iodine than women in the U.S. Even men that consume the highest amount of iodine have a 29% lower risk of getting prostate cancer. So what's the mechanism of iodine?
These are some benefits of taking iodine. Number 1, improved metabolism. When you take iodine, you will notice you start losing weight because your metabolism gets better. Number 2, better hormone balance. Since the thyroid needs iodine to regulate your hormones, it will improve when you take enough through a supplement. Number 3, more energy. Iodine helps you digest better, which results in more energy. And 4, your body temperature is more stable. These are some benefits
graduate student here at the University of Utah, my team and I had the opportunity to look inside the brains of believing Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormons, when they were praying, reading scriptures, and watching videos of the religious leaders teaching. Being based in Salt Lake City, Utah, Mormons are not in short supply. We recruited through the Deseret News, the LDS Church-owned newspaper, and invited devout members of the religious community to participate in psychometric testing and functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI. fMRI is a wonderful scientific tool. It allows us to measure tiny fluctuations in oxygenated blood flow that correspond to neural changes in activity. While our participants were inside of the scanner, they had a button box attached to their chest so that they could press a button and indicate to us in real time when they were feeling the spirit. It's a cultural phenomenon that's a central epistemological event significant to the truth claims of the Mormon religion. What we observed was that across all task conditions, the three areas of the brain that consistently demonstrated elevated activity were the frontal attention regions, the medial prefrontal cortex, and the nucleus accumbens, an area of the brain with an enriched supply of the reward molecule dopamine. Far from just being a high-tech blobology, this trinity of neural regions sketches what we can reasonably label as the neuro-spiritual system of Mormonism. The implications are profound, both for culture and for the brain. One of the first questions that comes to mind for me is, does this neuro-spiritual system from Mormonism map into the brains of religious individuals from other faith traditions when they are having peak ecstatic religious experiences? So many of the world's spiritual traditions report profound feelings of oneness with a transcendent source, often accompanied by an increased charitable disposition. Could it be that these cultural variations...
The Moore Show is in partnership with Ozark Mountain Publishing, taking readers beyond the unexplained.
If you like what you watch, then don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter for the latest updates on The Moore Show. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel for new weekly television and radio shows.
The Moore Show is supported by Mindscape, Paranormal and UFO Matrix magazines, available for download on all major digital platforms.
I'm Dr. Andrew Newberg, and I've authored a book called How God Changes Your Brain. It details some of the latest research that I have been involved in, studying the relationship between our brain and our religious and spiritual selves. Brain scans of people in deep meditation, prayer, and other types of spiritual practices help to reveal the complex network of structures that are activated in our brain when we engage our religious and spiritual selves. So we talk about all of this in the book, as well as some of the other questions that you might be thinking about in terms of how God could actually change your brain. For example, we ask questions such as, what does God feel like? What does God look like? In fact, you might even think about what comes into your mind when you think about the notion of God. Is it a thought, a feeling, or an image? And then we use all of this information to try to provide some practical applications in terms of how each person might try to engage their spiritual selves by doing practices like meditation and prayer as a way of helping to open up their mind, helping to make them feel more grounded, more connected to the world and to themselves. So how God can change your brain can have a tremendous impact on your life, whether you are a religious or non-religious individual. It teaches us how human beings are ultimately hardwired for religious and spiritual experiences.
Charging up, yeah. Jawed on the back foot and wheel to something. Keel still has the available as well. Standing on the front opposite too.
Yeah, what the makes cancels the stance, holding the brakes. So I'm trying to see if John Preston might get the side into the downboard too. This is going to be huge. Might not be dead. Never mind, it is. Akil takes first blood.
And just sheer aggression from Akil in the opener, and the movement, his movement in that round is incredible. Yeah, all that momentum just from the round start launch.
This is looking all John right now. Look, 50% already, 10 seconds in, just from pokes.
John really trying to bring it down to a sword fight. Spacing out as well, looking a lot more different. Looking for the flashbang as well. It has been.
themselves in your muscular tissue and become neurotic holding patterns. So these holding patterns ultimately become your character. For example, if when you were a kid, you were told not to talk back, you can't speak up. You're 7 years old and you had something you wanted to say, you wanted to voice your opinion or make your stand, and you had an authoritarian parent that was like, shut up, you don't speak when I'm talking to you, or your opinion doesn't matter. What happens is you then physically tighten the muscles around your jaw and your neck. You know a person that has this type of trauma because they're constantly chewing their mouths or like their lips or grinding their teeth or chewing gum or chewing their fingernails. There's a lot of physical tension in their jaw that is a manifestation of that psychic holding pattern. It became physical. So one of the best ways to break up that physical tension so that you can free your character, so that you can express yourself once again, because a person like this often has a hard time speaking out in public or talking to others or voicing their opinions. So what we want to do is reverse engineer the trauma by breaking up or discharging that extra energy that's trapped in your jaw, right? So that person who's always chewing their lips or grinding their teeth may want to use something called gibberish discharge.
Elliot said, what?
So the youngest of my 4 children is my son Benjamin. He'll be 2 in July, so he's still very tied to his primal instincts and his nature. You know, we haven't conditioned him to any great degree yet. So he does things that come natural to him when he becomes upset, like throws a temper tantrum. Whenever we take something away from him or, tell him that he can't have something, he gets very upset and he runs towards the first inanimate object that he can find with his hands like this and his mouth like this. And goes to bite it. So if it's a table, he'll go and try to bite the table, he'll try to bite the couch, and it's like, it really doesn't matter what it is, it's just that his mouth goes open, his teeth show, and it's like, whatever's in my way is gonna get bitten. He's tried to bite us before, and it's like, well, we gotta handle that. Can't bite people, yeah. So it got me thinking about the significance of the mouth, because in one light, the mouth can be used as a organ of tenderness. When you're kissing your lover, it's soft, it's relaxed, it's receptive, and it brings pleasure. But it can also be used as aggression. You can bite, just tear people apart with your tongue even, just say things that really hurt people's feelings. But specifically, physically is what I'm talking about, kissing or biting. The thing is that if we don't fully express certain negative or aggressive emotions, they become trapped in our muscles, and that's why a lot of people have really tight jaws, a lot of tension in their face. And what that does also is it stops your ability to relax into pleasure and to offer the organ for tenderness, because you're stiff-lipped. That's where the term comes from, so I'm not making this shit up. Stiff-lipped, really tight jaw. You ever notice somebody who's really tight jawed? That's because they want to bite, essentially. They know you can't bite people, but that instinct to bite, to aggress, especially through anger, has been suppressed and gets trapped in the muscles. So I want to share something with you today. This is really important, because if you want to be the strongest version of yourself, one of the things that might be nice to access is the tenderness of the mouth. You want to be a good lover, right? Without the aggression, tightness in your jaw, and inability to receive and give pleasure. So you got to get that fucking tension out of your jaws, right? I showed you other exercises and things in the past that you can do. Hang out with this guy with his fucking truck. You should go bite him. But I'm going to show you what I should probably do now. What you're going to do. Grab a towel. I got a t-shirt here. Work up a charge first. I've showed you how to do this, with the bow or grounding, anything like that. I've got other videos that you can take a look at. Work up a charge. When you're angry as it is, you're already fucking charged. Grab your t-shirt, bite it. And that might release some of the tension in your jaw. wide as you can. This one works for me a lot better than the towel. Press hard against those muscles because they're very tense. It's almost like you're massaging it while you've got the mouth open and you make that aggressing sound. The more you let go and give in to the exercise, as opposed to watching yourself from the outside and being neurotic about your behavior, the more you'll get out of it. You'll feel like headaches. People get headaches. A lot of it is jaw tension. Yo, Elliot. This question from our buddy Redski 182. He just started squatting. He's a pretty strong guy. He's using 275, 5 sets of 5. And the last time he squatted, he noticed, this is how he puts it, a line across the front of my waist. It felt like it was going to fucking explode. That's what he says. I had to immediately put the weight back, lighten it, and even though I felt like my muscles could have done more, what the F happens, right? So he says fucking up top, but then WTF happened. That's interesting. So he's got a line of tension, or what Wilhelm Reich would call muscular armoring across his belly. And a lot of us experience this, right? And quite frankly, a lot of us aren't even aware of the tension within our bellies. You just happen to experience it because you started squatting for the first time, and that tension presented itself. Without going into all the implications with regard to tight bellies and sexual dysfunction, hint, hint, what I would invite you to do is to watch my Truth About Breathing Deep or Deep Breathing exercise video, where I show you extra respiratory stretches for the extra respiratory muscles, including one that I do with a small basketball. In fact, I just did this last night. I do it a few times a week. You take that basketball, lay it on the floor, just watch my video, and you lay your belly down. You're going to feel so much tension breaking up and rising. You're going to feel the muscles just vibrating in your belly. That's all neurotic holding patterns. You've heard me use that term before. That's all muscular tension, muscular armoring associated with the belly. And the belly is it's an extra respiratory muscle. You know, if you can't extend your belly, you can't bring in deep breath. You can't breathe deep. That's why I talk about it in the video. So that's it. Go watch that video. Get yourself a little basketball or even something softer if there's a lot of tension there. Lay over it and moan and let the air out. When you make sounds are very helpful for breaking up muscular armor, right? That's why I do all these types of weird shaking. Shaking also does it too. That's why I do these things, right? You guys think I'm fucking retarded sometimes. Maybe I am.
Was that $250,000 right there? He built a massive empire on viral stunts, high-stakes challenges, and giving away millions of dollars. But tonight, Mr. Beast's companies are facing a legal challenge of their own, just as Jimmy Donaldson himself took the stage at the Time 100 Summit as one of the world's most influential people. Former employee Lorraine Mavromatis filing a federal lawsuit in North Carolina, claiming she faced discrimination, retaliation, was required to work while on maternity leave, and was terminated within a few weeks of returning to the job, told she was too high caliber for the position. NBC News spoke with Mavromatis today in a broadcast exclusive.
I do not want to be silenced anymore. I really want to use my voice.
In the complaint, she alleges that she rose quickly inside the company after starting in 2022. But after recent concerns about sexual harassment, was demoted and transferred into what the lawsuit calls a division where, quote, careers go to die. Mr. Beast spokeswoman responding to NBC News, saying Mavromatis' position was eliminated as part of a restructuring, adding in a statement, quote, this clout-chasing complaint is built on deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements, and we have the receipts to prove it. There is extensive evidence, including Slack and WhatsApp messages, company documents, and witness testimony that unequivocally refutes her claims. We will not submit to opportunistic lawyers looking to manufacture a payday from us. The lawsuit also alleges Mavromatis was contacted to work while on maternity leave, and that the company never gave her required notice of her rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act.
Jimmy Donaldson himself, he says that you've got to get the job done. And
there's no excuses. Her suit claims she feared retaliation if she refused to work during her leave.
Of a religious group that is engaged in a ritual, it could be a ceremony, it could be a meditation practice, a prayer program, then you have a whole bunch of people whose parietal lobes are now quieting down, and as they engage this practice, that boundary between themselves and the other people that are with them begins to go away. They begin to
hear about what happened with Pusha and Gucci Mane?
No.
Okay. So basically, Pusha was signed to Gucci Mane, right?
A lot of people sign with different artists.
So like the way that you feel about the Christopher Lovejoy's homeboy that you signed to, that's kind of like how Pusha felt towards Gucci
So what
Mane.
happened with this? Read this shit.
He felt like he's getting ripped off. Right. So Pusha travels to Texas, to Dallas, to meet up with Gucci Mane, right?
Yeah.
He shows up at the studio, basically starts telling Gucci things that he doesn't like, telling him that he wants out of his contract, etc. Gucci Mane basically says, no, I'm not letting you out of the contract. So Pusha ups the Drake and basically tells Gucci to sign the contract. And possibly at one point they start filming him. So basically he gets Gucci to sign his contract that releases him from his label deal with 1017, which is Gucci's label.
And so they filmed it.
And they got footage of it so that they could basically like blackmail him and shit.
So somebody that was with
Because Pusha was with a couple other people, yeah. So they were all
people that he thought was his homeboy.
They are. Pusha's homies were basically terrorizing Gucci Mane.
On camera.
And Gucci Mane had two security.
And they put it on camera.
Well, they filmed it on their phone, but that we don't know yet. We haven't really seen. We haven't seen the video, but that's what they said. But so Gucci Mane, and then once Pusha gets Gucci Mane to sign the contract, letting him out of his record deal, Pusha strips him, takes all his jewelry, everything. $1 million plus worth of jewelry and all this.
And everything worked.
Right.
They said they unscrewed his earrings out of his ear.
And the crazy part is that Gucci Mane had 2 security, but they weren't really being on point.
Because they didn't respect him.
They didn't think that Pushesi was going to do something crazy like this.
They just cut out all that money out of a contract. Nobody respect no snake ass nigga, cuz.
So you think Gucci's a snake for having him sign to a contract?
Yeah, what? Cuz not just gonna go out, cuz. That's why they do some shit to cut like that. Cuz doing some crooked shit on $8 grand.
And now we're finding out Gucci's telling on Pusheisi and snitching.
Yeah, he made a statement to the police. We're not sure if he's going to cooperate with the feds, but he definitely told the police what was taken from him, reported all the losses, etc.
Pointed him out, said he had a Nike shiesty on.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
So how's that sit, knowing that Gucci Mane
I haven't seen the paperwork. I can't say nothing.
I'm telling you 100%. It's out there.
I didn't see the paperwork.
I can show you right now on my phone.
No.
You just want to see it? You just want to lock it up?
Next subject.
Bro, this podcast was named after a Gucci Mane lyric. No jumper.
Does he have to change it now? Since it's a guy who's ratting.
What's the layer of no jumper?
Balling like an athlete, but got no jumper. That's a Gucci Mane lyric.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I got it better.
Okay.
Getting touchdowns like Crip Mac and standing on business through it all.
Through it all podcast.
It's supposed to be something with no jumper in it. Well,
no, we have to change the entire thing because it's all Gucci.
Okay, through it all.
All right, hold on. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep spitballing.
Getting shots like out of a no jumper. It don't amount to no HK real touchdowns.
Didn't rhyme.
We might run into some problems.
It don't rhyme. I don't give a f. It don't rhyme. I don't care.
I'm not gonna put anything about like HK destruction in the theme for the podcast.
It's not good for us.
No, just do no jumper thingy wingy then.
You know I got Hoover buddies.
No jumper thingy wingy.
Just no jumper thingy wingy.
I've been talking to Gumby.
No jumper guys. How about that?
The no jumper guys.
The best podcast ever would be you and Gumby.
Excuse me?
You would never sit down?
What?
Content.
Sit down with Fidos?
Come on.
Smoking with his giant blunts. He brings the big blunts.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like Fidos.
Okay.
At all.
But maybe you can make an exception for him.
Not good.
No? Damn. Alright, well, I tried.
How you doing, brothers? Lupe, I got one here.
Lupe, get over here. Lupe, get over here. Tell us what you think about Jet 5 dissing you on the phone the other day. You didn't hear it?
No.
He basically said that, like, well, I think he said that you look. He did. He said you look like a torta, I think. And he said that, like, basically you'd be, like, gassing up. I forget. What did he say? It was on the Wi-Fi.
Gassing you up?
I don't know, Lupe.
Lupe puts the battery in his bag.
I've been trying to stop him from being so
Like, calm him down.
crazy.
Get over here. I want to see.
Hey, Lupe.
What do you have? Oh, you got some more. You got
I want
another
to
one.
see Lupe.
Oh,
right. She don't want to be
She's
seen.
looking good. She gets the hood days full time.
I want to see the case for this. Oh, it is. It's the hood. Is your drug?
I'm not drunk.
Not yet.
Her hair's done.
Wow.
Got the blue rubber band.
Nice. It got the back on it.
Oh, wow. What's 068?
The 40s, the 46s, and 48s. You
First
got the
day
head shoe, so give me the other.
Wow. This is awesome.
He's trying to keep them all.
No, guess what Parker Mac can have?
Oh, that's
Look,
nice.
look, it has lips.
You could stash something in there.
Why does it say that?
Yeah, that's probably the biggest problem.
Yeah, she's not gonna care. She's gonna realize that.
She asked why you were in jail.
She doesn't know what a Hoover is, but she does know that killing is bad.
Maybe put a little hat on him. A little hat.
Hey,
a little...
I ain't covering up shit.
Okay, my bad.
Just tell her to put it on herself and let her know there's people out here that care about Adam.
He's his own person.
No, for sure.
It's not on his own person.
Yeah, he's out of control.
That's on him.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I love it. Lupe, I do whatever I want.
Yeah. He's a wild guy. He's a wild
I
child.
can't control him. That's my homeboy.
Yeah. I have like a mental image that I just wanted to recreate of like the
whole puppet show. The no jumper puppet show.
I gotta feed the homeless this day.
What are you gonna feed them?
Well, we have pizza. We're gonna do some hot wings.
Can I come through and add to the pot of feeding the homeless? I want to help you feed the
I'm gonna
homeless.
talk with Josh Weinstein in the mayor. We're gonna do it as soon as we leave here. We'll make it happen.
Okay.
So,
Get some dice, tomorrow.
do you know any Pushesi songs?
I've never listened.
Never listen to
Back in Blood.
You got the best music, bro.
I don't listen to shit like that. I only listen to, you know,
West Coast.
Big Friday, shit like that.
West Coast Crips only.
Yeah, I like Mozzie's.
Okay, we got a Sacramento Blood.
Sacramento Sac, yeah. Listen to Mozzie's.
So that's two. Let's get a third. Okay.
Yeah.
5 Fingers.
What about, like, Big Sad? You listen to him?
Big Sad, yeah. What was his issue up there?
What do you mean? He's a rapper.
Did he have an issue or some type of issue going on?
People were putting some allegations on him.
I can't go into detail, but...
Kill music, alright.
Okay. What about Shoreline Mafia?
I never hear it.
You've never heard them? What the f*** is wrong with you?
I don't listen to certain things.
That's outrageous. They're non-affiliate Mexicans.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Like an OG.
It's been out for like 8 years.
I've never heard that music. I'm not in the club.
There's this old story in King Arthur where the knights go off to look for the Holy Grail, which is either the cup that Christ drank out of at the Last Supper or the cup into which the blood that gushed from his side was poured when he was crucified. The stories vary, but it's basically a holy object, like the phoenix in some sense, that's a representation of transformation. So it's an ideal, and so King Arthur's knights, who sit at a round table because they're all roughly equal, go off to find the most valuable thing, and where do you look for the most valuable thing when you don't know where it is? Well, each of the knights looks at the forest surrounding the castle and enters the forest at the point that looks darkest to him. And that's a good thing to understand, because the gateway to wisdom and the gateway to the development of personality, which is exactly the same thing, is precisely through the portal that you do not want to climb through. And the reason for that's actually quite technical. This is a Jungian presupposition too, is that, well, there's a bunch of things about you that are underdeveloped, and a lot of those things are because they're things you've avoided looking at because you don't want to look at them, and there's parts of you you've avoided developing because it's hard for you to develop those parts. And so it's by virtual necessity that what you need is where you don't want to look, because that's where you've kept it. And that's why there's, an idiosyncratic element of it for everyone. Your particular place of enlightenment and terror is not going to be the same as yours, except that they're both places of enlightenment and terror. So they're equivalent at one level of analysis and different at another. So anyways, back to fiction and what it does. It distills truth, and it produces characters that are composites. And the more they become composites, the more they approximate a mythological character. And so they become...
How to increase your height. Is it actually possible? There's actually a 2-hour window every single night that will decide how tall your child will grow. And most kids completely miss it. So here's actually what happens. Within the first 90 minutes of deep sleep, your body fires off a massive spike of something called growth hormone. Growth hormone is the hormone that makes you grow taller. And since most of the growth hormone occurs in the first 90 minutes of sleep, it's essential to get that sleep. So being in front of the blue screen on your cell phone, or watching TV too late at night, or even consuming a lot of sugars in the evening can block growth hormone when you go to bed at night. And on top of that, one of the most important trace minerals to increase growth hormone is zinc. Now, you can get zinc from red meat, but you have to realize when you consume grains, they have something called phytic acid, which can block zinc. So in other words, when a child consumes a lot of bread, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, they're getting this phytic acid and they're blocking zinc. Ideally, they should avoid those foods, but adding some additional zinc would be very helpful. And when you take zinc, make sure it's in a blend of all the trace minerals. In addition to zinc, vitamin D is also very, very important. Children need at least 2,000, sometimes even 5,000 IUs of vitamin D3 every single day. And no, the gummy vitamin D is not going to cut it because they're loaded with sugar. Ideally, in the summer, make sure your child is exposed to a lot of sun outside to get vitamin D. And lastly, I want to emphasize, too much sugar can not only deplete zinc, but also vitamin D. So optimizing growth requires a low sugar diet. How to increase your height. Is it actually possible? There's actually a 2-hour window every single night that will decide how tall your child will grow. And most kids completely miss
asset. So here's actually what happens. Within the first 90 minutes of deep sleep, your body fires off a massive spike of something called growth hormone. Growth hormone is the hormone that makes you grow taller. And since most of the growth hormone occurs in the first 90 minutes of sleep, it's essential to get that sleep. So being in front of the blue screen on your cell phone or watching TV too late at night or even consuming a lot of sugars in the evening can block growth hormone when you go to bed at night. And on top of that, one of the most important trace minerals to increase growth hormone is zinc. Now you can get zinc from red meat, but you have to realize when you consume grains, they have something called phytic acid, which can block zinc. So in other words, when a child consumes a lot of bread, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, they're getting this phytic acid and they're blocking zinc. Ideally, they should avoid those foods, but adding some additional zinc would be very helpful. And when you take zinc, make sure it's in a blend of all the trace minerals. In addition to zinc, vitamin D is also very, very important. Children need at least 2,000, sometimes even 5,000 IUs of vitamin D3 every single day. And no, the gummy vitamin D is not going to cut it because they're loaded with sugar. Ideally, in the summer, make sure your child is exposed to a lot of sun outside to get vitamin D. And lastly, I want to emphasize too much
How do I call out somebody whose energy is vile? What does autonomy mean?
So I'm not, and the last one I built was like a year ago, so I'm not really super good at it. There's a lot of like imperfections, stuff like that, where it really shouldn't be. If you go, like, if you were to go like Google, of course Google it, but if you were to look at like other like pictures that people have like bought in other like videos, after this one, of course, please, but like it would be much better. Still in college, so okay, but like he looks great so far. I like what he has. It's neutral. I like the accessories he came with. That's what we were talking about. Yeah. Alright, and then he has a angry yelling face as well. Solid selection, I'd say. 3P. Yeah, solid collection or whatever. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter. Alright, hands. We have a open, I guess, kind of key blast hand. There's two of them here. I think so. The key blast hand, kind of reaching out, kind of hand. We have a Kamehameha type pose thing. There's also like a reach and grabbing, like you're gripping something hand. He has the fist that came with the figure or the model kit, whatever. And then, shockingly enough, and I actually kind of forgot that they gave this. They gave him pegs they gave him like reaching, gripping hands like before, but they come onto a peg for some reason, and nothing came with this. Like no effects other than no other effects came with it. Well, other than another one that I'm gonna show later, but yeah, no effect came, and it doesn't even peg into the arm. So these are a weird addition, but I actually came prepared because I knew I would order this at one point. So from my place of residence, I grabbed this 10 times Kamehameha effect from Super Saiyan 4, Goku, and from SHF. I'm not sure if this is going to work. And this actually is a reference because in a lot of official art, I'll actually probably pull it up on my screen. Fun fact, the actual one that I'm referencing, I actually have a sticker of it on my laptop currently. But he uses pink energy as well as purple. So I'm gonna see if this fits. It looks like it should, but I will try any. Oh, knock my boy over. I'm so sorry. But oh my god, it fits. Oh my god, it fits. Oh my god, it fits. Okay, it's a bit loose. It kind of spins a bit, but it's holding on to. Oh my god, but it shouldn't spin too much. It's not perfect, but that's pretty good. It's kind of sick. Oh, that's ooh. Ooh, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Ooh, my ideas are already cooking. Right now, yeah, so we have of course this Kate and because I like those but how it works is the two different flex. Similar to the different DSR line. Currently, they're all running they're on plastic little already little steps they're running on. And basically how this feels. One thing about this that I do like, I guess it goes for all of them, is that it's not too it's something I definitely need to get used to. You can move around a bit, and I suppose I should show how to put that on. I say people are gonna buy this, but or even watch this. But so how we do that is we pop off his head. Okay, I should pop it off. There we go. So pop off his head here, and now step in the volume. Okay, there we go. Okay, put this in here. Oh, that's the issue. Okay, so what we do with this is now we have this. We take off his cape piece. We take off this. We pop this one out as well, and then we swap in. And we click that on and swap in this piece.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to stay. It seems to be
Hell
okay,
yeah.
okay, much better. And now, if we want to put on the rest of the cape, we'll put it like this, and then we will pop on the head. I was doing a lot of that on camera. I'm so sorry. It's not a little bit much better, but okay. I will say on the actual kit itself, the cape looks pretty good. It actually looks really good. I might look at a cloth goods upgrade though eventually because it'll be easier to basically just have that same neck peg on. I guess it won't be as accurate, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this looks great. Actually, but I'm feeling this right now, so I may not do that this just right now how I have him standing right now. This looks great. I'm not gonna lie, this looks absolutely incredible. We're gonna put this on right now. For right now, his next effect, he comes with I guess the Shadow Blade. I don't know what it's called. Like I said, I don't have knowledge on like Battle Network. Like I never played that one. I never played that series. Okay, let's put this back on. Just for like ease of articulation, I guess. I'm doing a lot of this off the cuff. So let's put the neck peg back on. Let's put the neck peg back on. Okay. Yeah, so keep that in mind, that neck pegs will get stuck in the kit, it seems. It gets, like, stuck if you're, like, swapping, at least from my experience. So, okay, we're good. Okay, that actually scared me a bit. Oh, jeez, okay. Let me see if I can tighten this a bit. That should be fine for right now. I'll probably deal with it later. What's that? That was terrible. Okay, so we have this part now. And to take this, I guess the Shadow Blade, let's put it on one of his arms. We take this, we pop this out, Okay, you're better off probably just pulling it from here. Let's switch hands, because I forgot some cards, but, yeah, that is something, like, that is what I was thinking about these, like, kits, is that, like cutting, like, if you, like, touch nails, you might be not great, especially because a lot of these require, like, I guess more specific stuff. That took a little bit of effort, and now that we have this, we should be able to put this in here, and then we should be able to peg it into here. So now that it's pegged on, we can have it, we can have it displayed, you can have it displayed like this. You can have it, there's a lot of different ways you can actually have it displayed. You can have it displayed, like this. If you put like a fist here, it's like a sort of like black flash type of thing. But yeah, put this over, so we get this out. I feel like it's gonna be like, I don't think there's like a specific shape that really matters for it, but I feel like it's gonna be much more beneficial. Matter of fact, see if I can pop this onto the right arm. Okay. So to the right arm, so that'll go. Okay, easier. Just use my index right now. Okay. We'll take out his hand. Put this here, and then we'll use that for this part. That's another thing. Parts don't fall out too much. It's just like be careful with it compared to like an action figure, because like an action figure, you'll usually deal with an action figure. I don't have to explain that, but like, yeah, it looks much better for like, at least when you're displaying it like this, like as I guess a traditional like sword, with a blade, or like a like go this way. It's much better like this. Oh gosh, okay. It's much better if you're gonna like display it, facing this specific like direction. Then it's much better to do it from right, and then from left, probably like black flash, like I said. Which you can also do for this sword as well. Do a little like black flash, and you can really use this for like whatever, really. I mainly like just use it for the sword form. But now let's take on the other accessory, which is a blister, and this I feel is much better than how Jennifer. Oops. A little indent here. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now you have the, I don't know what these are called in Battle Network, and I know in Classic Series they're called the Busters, of course, so you have the base Buster now. This one is called in Classics, like I said, Battle Network, I don't have Battle Network knowledge. Yeah, so next, there's a pop second, I can't believe I didn't notice that. Silly me. But what's cool about this is that, of course, how easy, it is to, like, actually, pop out of its little hinges, like, it's easy to, like, pop out, swap hands toward, like, compared to Magnetic, so, yeah, like, I guess you still have to pop something else, so it's not really matter, but it's not something that's, like, big as, like, a full buster, you don't have to take out the full arm. Yeah, basically, for this, like, figure, or this pocket, or whatever, you have no reason to take off you have no reason to take off the arms, basically. Something I really do like from compared to other ones. I still take it over this arm, and now we have it. Ow, careful with these. I've been to mention that, and that's kind of important, actually. Like, this guy has a lot of sharp points. Like, here.
I want to do a quick unboxing of this kit, just got came way sooner than expected. It has the base EXE, or Forte EXE, or wherever you're from, whatever it's called. My favorite design for the Battle Network series. I can't wait to check out this kit. I'm not going to build it right now. I'm working on a lot of Mega Man themed kit build videos. So this one, unfortunately, is going to be a while before I do a full video on it, but I just wanted to open it up real quick, take a look at some of the parts, and just kind of get excited about it. So let's check it out. My box is kind of dented though, which is a bummer, but it's not that big of a deal. So I'm going to build the kit. Right out of the box, I'm seeing some interesting parts, like there's the base is like ear fan things, I can't remember what those are, but they look cool. We got the tattered cape. I knew it was going to be a plastic part. It's still a bummer. Like, eventually I would love to find someone or somehow make one that was wired opposable. Because I think, like, this cape, especially in the back of the battle sheet, is like really dynamic. Also being able to fix it opposed to the cape wheels. I think they did a great job with the plastic pieces, but eventually it'd be cool to upgrade the white. Here's some parts here for those skins. The black is not really like a black, it's more like a really, really dark violet color, which is cool because some of the official artwork kind of represents that in the shadows and highlights using that cell shaded coloring style. Like, you kind of see the tones that they went for, so it's cool to see that represented here. Some cool faceplates. Definitely need to get some kind of panel liner in there or something to really bring out that detail when it comes time for it. But I'm not trying to be negative, but like I don't understand these hands. Why can't you just mold single hands? So the roll kit had molded hands, just single pieces, and they were a softer plastic like ABS. I don't understand why they couldn't do that with the rest of these, and it's the biggest nightmare, putting these stupid hands together, filling in the seams, like the curves and edges and everything of the hands, they're so difficult to make look nice, and it's just really obnoxious to see them again. There's more kit parts, some articulated parts, make it useful. Got these burnt yellow, kind of dark yellow color, more of a gold in the game.
Got my new model done. He looks really good. I love the detail on his cape. And then there's all of his hand things. But funny thing is, the guy who sent it to me sent this in a plastic mailer. So I have two now, because he sent me one free of charge. Which, I mean, two of the same model is kind of a little much, but I mean, free base. I think I might customize it. I don't know. Just gonna have to see. And there he is on the shelf with the rest of my base stuff. I think he fits in well. Got my new model done. He looks really good. I love the detail on his cape. And then there's all of his hand things. But funny thing is, the guy who sent
Jesus. Shit. Damn, man. Damn. Look at you. That's sick. That is sick.
Hi guys, Mojo Reviews here, and today we're gonna take a closer look at this model kit for Mega Man Battle Network. Let's go. So here's the figure out of the box. It's not a difficult model kit, but what you really want to do is sand down a couple joints. You want to watch out for the legs, sand them down a little bit, they might snap off, and same for the shoulder joints. I'm not sure what kind of skill this figure is, but it fits really nice with my 112 collection. I'm a big fan from Mega Man EX. When I was little, I got all the Game Boy Advance games. I still have them. And I just bought the Switch version, so I'm just replaying the stuff. I had to review this guy, I just had no time. So yeah, I thought why not make a quick review of this guy. It's a great figure, articulation is there. Sand down the joints. Yeah, it's a great figure, man. It's the look, everything. You do have to paint in the black parts, and I just touched up the figure a little bit so he pops a little bit more. So yeah, what you want to do is paint in everything black, the lines, shadows and stuff, and this and here, the head sculpt, everything with the yellow around it. Other than that, it's a great figure. It's not heavy figure because it's a model kit. He's light. It does feel a bit fragile, so you don't want to drop this figure, because if he drops if you got him somewhere high and it falls, it probably breaks. It's a model kit, so I hope it falls apart. If not, the figure will definitely break. So watch out for that. Other than that, I got no problems with the figure. I really like it. I hope they make more. I just saw Dark Mega Man. Yeah, I don't need it. I thought about buying it.
David in these bigger stages, this could be exactly what he wants. Okay, the timing of that one worked out. So much damage on this guy.
Damn, nobody.